Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting to order as slowly everybody can make their way up. It is 2:07. Can I please get a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Commissioner, are you online? He's excused. He is going to be here.
Okay. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Here. And Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm here.
You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So that leads us to the two pledges and the moment of reflection. If everybody would please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the Z is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I would welcome Carlos Markman Lopez for the from Public Safety for the moment of reflection. And could you turn your mic on? Is the green light on? Thank you.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. I also want to say this in Spanish.
Please.
Vamos a tomar un momento hoy para enfocarnos en el trabajo adelante de nosotros, estar siempre mentalizados en nuestras decisiones por el mejor interés de nuestra comunidad. Now we can take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that in Spanish.
Madam
and
Chair.
then I would like to go to Commissioner Hansen and then to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to take a moment of silence for the Muslim community of New Mexico, in northern New Mexico, and especially our brothers and sisters in Albuquerque who are suffering and living in fear because of these senseless shootings that have taken place. It is really alarming, and I just want us to pray for them and their families. And please take a moment of silence for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes?
Mine was the same thing, just to add the name of Mohammed Hussein, who was one of the men murdered, who was the city planner for Espanola.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. Also to add to that, many years ago was tomorrow's actually San Lorenzo Day, which is a very interesting day that actually happened many years ago, but just wanted to talk about San Lorenzo Day. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And please be seated. That takes us to 1F, which is approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do you have things to tell us?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The original agenda was posted on Tuesday, August 2nd at about 5:55 p.m., and an amended agenda was posted on Friday, August 5th at about 5:50 p.m. The only addition to the agenda made in the amended agenda was miscellaneous action item 6C, and this was a placeholder to request approval of amendment number 2 to a collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighters Association. That was added on the expectation that management and the firefighters union would be able to reach an agreement in time to present an amendment to the board. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass, so we are asking that that item be tabled or withdrawn, more accurately, until a future date. I would assure the board that we are working in good faith with the union to see if we can't reach agreement on mutually beneficial amendment number 2. Other than that, we did add or update packet material for a variety of items, including consent agenda items 4A and 4B, miscellaneous action item 6A and 6B, and finally, public hearings 12A, 12B, and 12C. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. So what's the pleasure of the board with respect to the amended agenda?
Madam Chair,
Madam
move for agenda approval.
Second.
Excellent. Thank you both. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us to item 2, which is approval of the July 2nd Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I move to approve July 12th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us rather quickly to item 3, which are consideration of proclamations, etc. 3A is the proclamation proclaiming 2022 as the year of Santa Fe County Fire Department in celebration, recognition, and honor of the 25th anniversary of the Santa Fe County Fire Department. And I brought that forward along with our fire chief, Chief Jackie Lindsay. Chief Lindsay, are you on WebEx? Daniel, do you know if you see the chief on WebEx?
Madam Chair, I do not see the chief's name as a participant on WebEx.
Okay. Well, this is something that is obviously near and dear to my heart. Having been a volunteer for many years. And it is clear that the fire department and all the emergency services that it provides, both fire and accident and medical services or something, and emergency management is something that the county truly depends on. And I don't know, how many people know the history, but the fire districts were started out as volunteer districts, and then at some point they were unified under Santa Fe County with a fire chief, and the current, grew eventually into the current structure. So we now have a mixed service, which is, provides incredible services to the county. So it's fitting that this in their 25th anniversary should have a year of the fire department, and I feel certain that Chief Lindsay and the district chiefs and many of the other fire department members will contribute to making it a memorable year. And so if there is no objection, I'll actually just read the proclamation into the minutes. Whereas the Board of Santa Fe County Commissioners wishes to acknowledge the dedication, commitment, and service to the community by the Santa Fe County Fire Department on its 25th anniversary, and whereas in 1997, 15 Santa Fe County volunteer fire districts and the Office of the Santa Fe County Fire Marshal were combined to form the Santa Fe County Fire Department, and whereas in February of 1997, the Santa Fe County Fire Department was officially organized under the administration of a single fire chief with service areas further defined by region and district, and whereas there are now 14 regionally distributed fire districts throughout Santa Fe County with 153 district volunteer members, as well as approximately 100 regional paid firefighters who together respond to more than 10,000 911 calls a year, and whereas today the Santa Fe County Fire Department, with headquarters located at 35 Camino Justicia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and has a fleet of 36 engines, 33 tenders, 13 surgical or medical units, 4 ladders, and that is a vehicle, not an actual just ladder, and 32 fire stations, and 6 of the stations staffed with approximately 100 regional members, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and the remainder of the stations staffed and maintained by volunteer firefighters. And whereas together the volunteer and paid firefighters form a mixed service that provides the county with both fire protection and emergency medical services in conjunction with the Santa Fe County's Emergency Management Division. And whereas the Santa Fe County Fire Department, as a mixed volunteer and paid department, serves more than 155,000 residents and provides emergency response and community risk reduction to several million square feet of commercial development. And whereas the Santa Fe County Fire Department has maintained an insurance service office ISO rating between 3 and 5 for the various districts as follows. Agua Fria is rated 5, Chimayo 4, Edgewood 5, El Dorado 3, that's really good. Galisteo 5, Glorieta Pass 4, Hondo 4, La Cienega 5, La Puebla 4, Madrid 5, Pewaukee 4, Stanley 5, Tasuki 5, Turquoise Trail 5, and whereas Santa Fe County Fire Department protects roughly 1,900 square miles of unincorporated area, as well as the incorporated town of Edgewood, and where Santa Fe County Fire Department provides emergency services to the surrounding pueblos of Nambe, Pewaukee, Tasuke, and San Ildefonso. And whereas Santa Fe County Fire Department is committed to ensuring the safety, protection, and quality of life for residents, businesses, and all who visit our county. And whereas this proclamation recognizes the Santa Fe County Fire Department for their outstanding contributions to Santa Fe County and acknowledges and honors our volunteer and paid firefighters who are devoted public servants for their commitment and service to the community. Therefore, be it further resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim 2022 as the year of the Santa Fe County Fire Department in celebration, recognition, and honor of the 25th anniversary of the Santa Fe County Fire Department.
Madam Chair, if
yes.
I could, I apologize. We did have some technical issues. Chief Lindsay, who very much supports the proclamation and your bringing this forward, is on WebEx, and if you would like to give her the opportunity to say a few remarks before the board takes action, I would defer to you, but I did want you to know she's available.
Oh, absolutely. I assumed that she was maybe called to service, and would have loved for her to have read this as well. Chief Lindsay, welcome, and thank you for being here, and please take the floor.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you so much for honoring our fire department. It is an incredibly complex department, as you can hear from the proclamation, with so much area to cover and a mix of volunteer and paid staff. But I can tell you, we have one of the absolute best fire departments in the state of New Mexico. I've been a part of, this is my 3rd fire department. It's an incredible honor to be in charge of this department and getting to work with the men and women every single day who do an incredible service for the citizens of our county. We have a new motto this year, that we are one, that we are really working hard to pull together and ensure that every one of our members is recognized as Santa Fe County Fire Department, but not to forget our heritage and not to forget where we've come from in our 15 different districts. Again, it is a unique place. We are having a big celebration on the 20th of August for our graduation 25th anniversary, as well as a promotional and awards ceremony. We hope that each of the commissioners can be there. We have other elected officials that are being invited, and we'd love for you all to come celebrate with us and honor the men and women who have come before us, but who are also here holding that line for our community every single day. So thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward. It is an incredible honor, and thank you, Manager Schaefer, as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I just want to point out how proud Santa Fe County is to have a tough woman as our chief. And Chief, would you mind repeating the date you mentioned for the graduation and celebration?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, it's August 20th. It's going to be at 2 p.m. and it'll be at the State Police Academy Gymnasium off of Cerritos. Everybody knows where the new route is. It's right there. So it'll be August 20th, 2 p.m. And please, if you're able to join, we'd love to have, again, all of the commissioners, of course, and any of our citizens that are interested in joining us for that celebration.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I would, are there any comments or thoughts for the commissioners? Commissioner Hanson? I'll just go down the line.
Congratulations. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, for bringing this forward. It's a very important resolution, and it's hard to believe it's been 25 years.
Absolutely.
So, yay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks also for bringing this forward. And I just wanted to mention that the fire chief and I had the distinct pleasure of helping to push in a new engine at the El Dorado Fire Department, which I did not think we were going to be able to do, but fortunately lots of people showed up because that thing was big and heavy. But yeah, I really appreciate all the hard work of our fire department, and ever since I've been a commissioner, I've been amazed at how many calls they go out on, both medical and fire related, every month for us. Thank you.
Yes, it's really amazing. And Chief Lindsay, I think you had in the announcement for that push-in ceremony, given a little of the history of that, which was really interesting.
Madam Chair, yes. So it dates back to, so a push-in ceremony, for those that have no idea what we're talking about, is when we have a new apparatus that is coming into service. And in each community, that's an incredibly big deal. It helps us know that we are here and that we're protecting the community, but we have excellent equipment that's going to help us during people's time of need. And in El Dorado, most recently, we pushed in a new engine, and that dates back to the 1800s when these were, actually our engines were pulled by horses. And so when they would get a new apparatus, the horses would pull that to the station, they'd disconnect the horses, and then the men and women would have to push the apparatus into the barn, is what it used to be. Now it's the bay. And so that's where that comes from. It would also be blessed by clergy to ward off evil spirits or demons, and to hopefully bring good luck to the fire department and that community. So we got to do that the other week. It is also important to have new apparatus and replacing apparatus that goes along with our ISO ratings, which has a direct impact to the pocketbook of all of our citizens, and that's where our homeowners insurance comes from. So we appreciate all of the support of the commission and of our community for all of the funding that comes to us through taxpayer dollars to be able to purchase that equipment to maintain and to improve the safety within each of these different districts and in our county overall. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward. Very important proclamation. Thank you, Chief Lindsay, all the previous chiefs that have worked at that fire department, as well as the line staff, firefighters, ambulance, administrative assistants, everybody that works in that department. As somebody mentioned, Santa Fe County is a great fire department. One of the things that I'd like to bring forward, or not bring forward, is back in 1995, we had one fire marshal. They actually had a Dodge. I think it looks like a Bronco, but that thing's still around. I still see it around once in a while. And in 1997, the commission, former Mayor Javier Gonzalez, Commissioner Marcos Trujillo, Commissioner Richard Anaya, and now Senator Nancy Rodriguez, they actually brought this forward to the voters to approve this GRT tax, where Santa Fe County, the voters actually receive a tax. And that's how we buy a lot of our apparatus, our equipment. And thanks to the voters who voted for that back then. It was a public safety bond. Also in 1997, great man, Chief Stan Holden. Chief Stan Holden had a vision to actually create that GRT tax, which the county commission approved, and it went out to the voters, and the voters actually approved it. But Chief Stanton Holden actually did a lot for Santa Fe County to create where we are now 25 years later. And his vision and the commission's vision then got us to where we're at. One thing we all talk about the ISO ratings. And for the general public out there, what ISO rating means is Insurance Services Office. That means whenever you get a fire station within so many miles of your home, you get a hydrant in front of your home, any fire protection that enhances the less chances of putting out, or the more chances of putting out a fire, you get a discount on your home insurance. And so the ISO ratings, we talk a lot in ISO, we talk about APD, and so that's what ISO rating is. And then also we had to push in a while back for the ladder truck in the Edgewood Volunteer Fire Department, but there was no way that 70 people were going to push that truck in. So they actually started it for us, and we kind of pushed it in.
To the mechanical assist. Huh?
But nonetheless, Commissioner, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you to all that volunteer, definitely volunteers, and all the fire department for doing what you do. And one last thing is, in the last 6 months, I've had 2 incidents at our property where the fire department and or ambulances came to our property for some family challenges that we had. And my aunt was totally wanted to praise the fire department and the ambulance individuals that came those 2 times because they did an excellent job. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So, being the chair, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt the proclamation.
Second.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for this resolution honoring our fire department, both paid staff and volunteers. I speak wholeheartedly from my constituents as I get a lot of calls and the time, all the time with gratitude and because of the professionalism that our fire department works in. I just want to say congratulations also to our 25th anniversary graduates. I know we still have a huge need for even more volunteers and paid staff, but I just want to say congratulations and give my gratitude once again to our fire department. Great job. I couldn't be prouder of the fire department that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And just for the record, I do have a motion and a second, and this is under discussion, but I really do want to personally and as a commissioner thank every single paid and volunteer person who steps up and takes calls all hours of the day and night and goes out to help people. They commit to incredible training and incredible personal sacrifice to do it, and they really deserve this year-long honor. So I would also very much like to thank Chief Lindsay for co-sponsoring this with me. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much to my fellow commissioners for passing this. So that takes us to 3B, which is a resolution supporting the 11th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive in coordination with the Food Depot. And speaking of important resolutions, we have 2 really good ones this meeting, and I'll go directly to Commissioners Hanson and Hughes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. So for the last 6 years, we have supported the Neighbor to Neighborhood Food Drive, and I think every single commissioner up here has co-sponsored this with me, and I am really grateful that this entire board recognizes how important this Neighbor to Neighbor food drive is. And since 2011, neighbors in Santa Fe area have participated in donating food to the Food Depot through area-wide neighborhood association Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive, organized every September during National Hunger Action Month. The Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive, whose sole purpose is to bring together neighbors neighborhoods across Santa Fe to stand together in unison to collect food and benefit the Food Depot has grown exponentially and is now the largest food drive benefiting the Food Depot. I want to hold up my bag. Everyone can see the Food Depot's beautiful logo. And, I brought that specifically because I think they are such an important organization that we have in Santa Fe and northern New Mexico. It's not just Santa Fe that it benefits from this, but this effort has grown to include participation from 160 neighborhoods and businesses, and last year alone raised over 854,000 pounds of food. The Santa Fe County Board of Commissioners recognizes the importance of food security in Santa Fe County and adopts resolutions annually since 2017 in support of the Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive, which authorizes the use of county staff to collect food donations at county's facilities in support of this event. Since 2020 and the onset of COVID-19, the Neighborhood to Neighbor coordinators have collected monetary donations instead of food donations. In spite of this limitation, the 2021 Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive exceeded its goal of $175,000 and raised over $200,000, equaling 1 million pounds of food for 805,716 meals for those in need. Based on this success and with the ongoing uncertainty of COVID-19 pandemic, the 2022 Neighbor to Neighbor coordinators have decided to totally suspend food donations and only collect monetary donations for the Food Depot. So this resolution encourages the board and for monetary donations for the 11th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive, and authorizes the county manager and staff to encourage participation in the Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive as a means of addressing food insecurity in the community. It further authorizes the county manager and staff to inform communities and neighbors throughout the county that they can make contributions to the Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive on deadline of September 17th, 2022. So, or you could mail a check. You can go to thefooddepot.org/N2N, or by mailing a check to the Food Depot N2N Fund Drive, 122A Siler Road, 87507. And I would like to ask Commissioner Hughes to read the therefores, because, and I will give him my copy right here.
Thank you. Before I read the therefores, I just want to add that the Food Depot not only provides lots of food, but they also do a lot of forward thinking about how we might end hunger, and I really appreciate that we're not just treating the symptoms, but we're looking to end the problem and have a better society. So now, therefore, be it resolved as follows. The board supports and encourages monetary donations, not food collection, for the 11th annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive. The board authorizes the county manager and staff to A, encourage participation in the Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive as one means of addressing food insecurity in our community. B, inform communities and neighborhoods throughout the county that they can make contributions to Neighbor Fund Drive before the deadline of September 17th, 2022 by credit card donation at the Neighbor to Neighbor website, which is given, or by mailing a check to the Food Depot, N2N Fund Drive, 122A Siler Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507, and C, work cooperatively with the city of Santa Fe to alleviate food insecurity and hunger in the county.
And we also have Linda and Mary here from the Neighbor to Neighbor Food Drive, and Madam Chair, I would like to invite them up to say a few words.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, it does my heart good to hear what you just read, and thank you for your continued support. I am so honored to be here today to hear that resolution read. I've been doing this for 11 years, so every year it just gets better. And I wanted to introduce today Mary Ferguson, who actually is a part of the team that has worked to make last year's drive so successful. And this year she is heading and leading the charge. And she has a few words to say to give you more detail and perhaps some information that will help people understand how important this is. Thank you so much, and it's good to see everybody in person.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome, Mary.
Thank you very much for your continued support. It means a lot. The Food Depot is obviously a very important institution, not just for Santa Fe County, but as you said, for the 9 northern New Mexico counties. So last year we raised $201,000. This year our goal is $225,000. It's a long reach, but we're hopeful. We are the largest fund drive for the Food Depot, so it's important. Every dollar makes a difference. Every dollar feeds 4 people. Every dollar feeds 4 people. The Food Depot is so efficient that your dollars work very hard when they go to the Food Depot. I'm sure you saw in today's New Mexican that New Mexico now ranks 50th in child well-being. In fact, 1 in 5 children in New Mexico are hungry. That's over 100,000 children, and many are in Santa Fe County. I'm sure you agree, no one, certainly no child, should be hungry in Santa Fe County. The Food Depot is the only food bank serving 9 northern New Mexico counties and does so by partnering with 81 nonprofit hunger relief agencies in over 140 locations. In 2021, the Food Depot provided an average of 737,627 meals a month to children, seniors, working families, and those in ill health. But let's focus for a moment on what the Food Depot is doing in Santa Fe County, and particularly with regards to kids. Food for Kids is a Food Depot program working with 13 local public schools. The Food Depot has set up school-based pantries, working in partnership with communities and schools to have food in those schools for struggling families. During 2021, Food for Kids served over 50,000 meals to 3,225 children. So they were fed continuously throughout the school year. Kids Kitchen focuses on providing healthy meals to children in Santa Fe County, including after-school meals and summer meals for at-risk kids, because those kids don't have food when they go home frequently, and during the summer when school is not in session, they don't have access to food at school. So Food for Kids Kitchen provides that. During the first semester of 2021, Kids Kitchen served 55,609 meals to 1,262 children at 18 sites, including 15 public schools in Santa Fe and 3 Boys and Girls Clubs. Foodmobile. The Food Depot has realized that not everybody has transportation. Not everybody can take advantage of food distribution. So in 2021, the Foodmobile was developed, and it goes out into the communities in Santa Fe where people are stuck, where they can't get to food. It serves over 5,100 individuals in 10 different locations in Santa Fe County. And there will be another more advanced Foodmobile in the future. There is so much more. In total, again, 738,000 meals each month, which means over 8.8 million meals in 2021, served in 9 northern New Mexico counties. Every dollar feeds 4 people. Please help us, help our neighbors in need, because no one and certainly no child should be hungry in New Mexico. Thanks very much. Appreciate your support.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda and Mary, for coming and giving us that information. Commissioner Hughes and I were in attendance when the Food Depot released their end child hunger report, and it's really important that we continue to remember that our children are hungry. And New Mexico is a very poor state. We have been that way for a long time, and we're working very hard to take care of our children and to build our economy. And I think in the last number of years, we have made progress in that department. And certainly having the Food Depot is part of making that progress. And I know that many of us suffered from the pandemic, and many children were suffering from the pandemic. And as we move forward, let's just always remember that there are children that are hungry in New Mexico and throughout the world, and that we need to help as much as possible. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to move to approve this 11th this resolution supporting the 11th Annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive in coordination with the Food Depot.
And I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you, my colleagues, for bringing this forward. Thank you for what you do at the Food Depot. 50th in the United States. That's a shame that we're actually like that in New Mexico. And you know, being on the former school board, you have a different perspective when you see kids that are hungry, and during the summertime they have nowhere to go. And once again, 50th in the country, that's horrible. At-risk kids, there's tons of at-risk kids out there, and just sometimes obviously it bothers me and it bothers everybody else. Had a friend that drove in through Colorado Springs the other day, had some breakfast with him. He said, "What happened to our city?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Look around." I knew exactly what he meant. And how we do this, it's actually Communities in Schools is an excellent program. You all are an excellent program. And volunteer work, because there's a lot of volunteer work that are out there. I know individuals are busy, but there's always time to volunteer. But thank you for what you do for this community and for the kids, because it's sad to see kids out there that need some food. But thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Roybal, I just wanted to see, since it's harder for you to get our attention, if you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I, going on my 8th year as a county commissioner, I've been involved and worked with the Food Depot every year since I've been a commissioner. And to see how it's evolved, it's really great that you're able to provide this service to our constituency that's in great need. And I just want to, thank you. And the way that it's evolved is just a reflection of leadership. And I just want to recognize everybody that made the Food Depot what it is today. I mean, it's, like I said, just a reflection of leadership. I'm very proud that we have this in our community. So thank you all for your hard work, and keep it up. We still have a bunch of mouths to feed out there, and a huge demand. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you so much. And I just want to add my voice to that. I think in the face of great need, the numbers Linda and Mary just presented are amazing. They are outstanding. And I think it goes without saying, but it certainly deserves recognition what individuals can do when they really commit to it. And that's what part of what's so amazing. Wonderful individuals. I don't know if 11 years ago Linda recognized what a big deal this would become, but this is an activity of, worthy of national note in a place that really needs it. It partly indicates what really motivated and wonderful, great people attract great people. And together that makes an incredible difference. I think this is an amazing, amazing activity and that you guys do. So we have, and thank you for bringing this forward, but commissioners. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Obviously passes unanimously, and thank you so much, and thank you for being here. And I guess I need a resolution number. I saw the clerk looking at me, which is a very nice high sign.
Madam Chair, your resolution number is 2022-061.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that moves us along to the consent agenda. And I know we have several things on, but before I ask further questions, I'd like to go to the county attorney, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For 4A on the consent agenda, which is the final order in the matter of case number 22-5150 Hacienda Doña Andrea Site Development Plan Appeal, I understand that the Commissioners have received communications from constituents after that hearing. And just under Section 11 of the Code of Conduct, there is a prohibition on considering communications outside of that hearing, which occurred on August 9th. So just a reminder for commissioners on that item. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Attorney Young. Are there other components included in the consent agenda that any commissioners have questions on, or what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to note in terms of 4A that we, of course, heard from the constituents during the hearing many concerns, and I think that we should consider making the necessary adjustments to the Sustainable Land Use Development Code to clarify these kind of situations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
I'd like to take off the consent agenda A, B, E, and G.
Well, okay. Attorney Young, there's a request to take A off. You've just made a comment on that. Is that going to present a problem?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, there could be a vote as to remove that item, table that item, withdraw that item.
We're not talking about tabling. We're just for questions. Just for questions.
Oh, yes, right.
Okay.
Yes,
So
that's fine.
which items did you want?
A, B, E, G.
Wow. Okay. So we'll attend to those separately. Commissioner
Madam
Hanson?
Chair,
Yes.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda with A, B, E, and G removed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In
Wait,
regard-
no. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So we'll go back to item 4A. And Commissioner Garcia, what questions did you have on 4A?
Madam Chair, thank you. This is the final order, so once we do the final order, it becomes what the commission voted on. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct.
So just some of the questions I have is in regards to the covenant, the conditions that we placed on this development for the next, till the end of the year, is the water restrictions, the 9 p.m. Deadline, the 57 cars, the noise levels, water metering, and the fire marshal approval. So who's going to monitor these things? I guess is staff going to go out there at 8 o'clock? I'm just wondering how that's going to work.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that matter would become a code enforcement issue, I would think at that time. If complaints were received concerning that, that's how that would be handled.
Okay, just wanted to put it on the record for that. And then, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So those were all the questions for 4A. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 4A.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. That takes us to 4B. I assume, yes, I do. Actually, thank you. I thought I heard Commissioner Royball's voice, but Commissioner Royball, how did you vote on 4A? Commissioner Royball, are you present? Commissioner Royball, are you present on WebEx? I see. Commissioner Royball, you're muted. Can you unmute and let me know if you voted on the previous item 4A? We're apparently having technical difficulties because we see him online, but we cannot hear him. Daniel, do you know if Commissioner Royball can unmute, or are we having technical difficulties with WebEx?
Madam Chair, this is Brittany. It looks like we're having some difficulties on the here.
Okay. Well, I assume, can we go forward with business and ask for Commissioner Royball's input post facto?
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, there is a quorum, I think, at this time, so if you want to proceed without Commissioner Royball, that would be permissible.
Excellent. That's what I assumed, but I really appreciate the input. If somebody will let me know if we resolve the technical difficulties when Commissioner Royball is able to participate, but otherwise we just have the votes of the 4 people present live. That takes us to 4B. Commissioner Garcia, what were your questions with respect to 4B?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know if this subdivision has gates?
Didn't we ask these questions? Okay. Vicki, if you can come forward and introduce yourself and answer the question, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Vicki Lucero, Building and Development Services Manager. So they are not proposing gates within the subdivision. There's a construction gate that they're proposing at the end of the subdivision, but no internal gates.
So, Madam Chair, so if I wanted to go for a ride through the subdivision, I can go through the subdivision without going through a gate?
Through that specific phase of the subdivision, I believe the construction phase, the construction gate is still existing. So at this point, I don't believe that there is through access.
So once the subdivision is completed, can I drive to that subdivision?
That's my understanding. I believe that's correct.
I will be able to drive through there?
Yes.
So where is the gate or gates located throughout the subdivision, once again?
The construction gate, where is that located?
No, not the construction gate. So once the construction's done, the construction gate's out of there. So it won't be a gated community, or will it be a gated community?
It won't be a gated community.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
What is the pleasure of the board for 4B?
Madam Chair, I move to approve 4B.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So that takes us to 4E. Commissioner Garcia, what were your questions for 4E?
Madam Chair, we receive this grant yearly from the Department of Finance and Administration.
Yes. Is that the question, sir?
No. So actually, my question is, I saw the budget line item, which is $379,780, and that's E911 equipment upgrades. I guess to get to the point, is some of this money actually allocated to Edgewood? Or is it just for the 911 center? Because what's happening now is whenever individuals from the Edgewood area call 911, it actually goes to Bernalillo County, and then they shoot it to Santa Fe County. So can some of this grant money actually be utilized to participate, assist the town of Edgewood?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the grant is for operational and capital expenditures of the RECC. So to the extent that the town of Edgewood is a party to the JPA, which it is, and to the extent it receives dispatch services from the RECC, which it does, I think the town of Edgewood does benefit from the grant. But is there a more specific question that I might not have picked up on in terms of specific uses that you were contemplating for grant awards?
Madam Chair, thank you, Manager Schaefer. So the agreement that Santa Fe County has with the town of Edgewood is expired. And so under the last administration in the town of Edgewood, they were required to upgrade their radios and some sort of computer equipment and some units on their vehicles. Unfortunately, what happened in the town of Edgewood in the last year is whatever happened with the administration. However, we actually have been working with our sheriff, Sheriff Mendoza as well in the past, but they need to get some upgrades to their radio system of some sort. I don't know exactly what it is, but I guess can they or Santa Fe County use some of this money to help out the town of Edgewood?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if the question is, could this grant money be utilized to assist the town of Edgewood with its own radio infrastructure improvements, I think the answer is no.
So, Madam Chair, Manager Schaefer, if there's I guess we can sit down and talk about this because their calls need to come into the RECC off of State Road 14. So there's something there that is kind of putting a stall to it, but we can talk when we meet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I might contribute that there's a difference between the radios that the fire department and the sheriff's department and whatnot in each part of Santa Fe County and Santa Fe City and Edgewood and whatnot that are also participants in the sign-on in the JPA for the RECC. There's a difference between that equipment, which is department equipment, and RECC paging equipment, which is what this is funding.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Garcia. So what is the pleasure of the board for 4E?
Move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Roybal, are you with us yet? Just checking. I'll keep in touch. That takes us to item 4G. Commissioner Garcia, what were your questions on 4G?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa, can you come up? Or Bill.
Can you go ahead? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So we're increasing this contract for the third time for $450,000. I guess a couple of questions I have is how many times can we increase the contract and for what amount? And then secondly, the 450, this is for marketing for Santa Fe County, is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
Excuse me,
Lisa.
just a moment. Lisa,
so the question
just one sec. Can you make sure your microphone is on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Thanks.
Sorry.
No problem. So the question I have, how do we know if we're getting the best money for the $450,000? Is there some sort of something that we're actually monitoring, or we have proof that it's actually going out to whoever, whatever, however? How do we actually monitor that we're getting our best buck or best price for the buck for $450,000.
Okay. So this would be the last year that we would be awarding this contract amendment, and then we go out to RFP for a request for proposals for firms to apply or to submit their proposal with a presentation to the county. Based on the RFP process, they submit their their hourly rate, and we negotiate that hourly rate. So based on those results from the RFP, we know that that is the best that we could receive through the RFP process. However, in regard to results, I do have to say that we had a very exceptional year for fiscal year 22. We grew our lodger's tax by over 118%. So that's how we know that our marketing and our advertising is working. All of our lodging properties across the board have done very well. They've exceeded from last fiscal year's contributions and from prior year. And I attribute it to our New Mexico True advertising campaign through the New Mexico Tourism Department, as well as our marketing firm's efforts, as well as staff. In regard to the dollar amount is to incorporate more of an all year round marketing campaign, whereas in the past with Department of Tourism at the state level, we were both piggybacking off of seasonal advertising and efforts to move forward with more of a year-round advertising, as New Mexico has great climate, has lots of activities year-round, that we have the ability to do so through our cooperative marketing and advertising grant program that we applied and we received funds through the state for. And so through these efforts, we have been able to increase our budget and heighten our advertising campaign efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you actually tell me what the previous budget was before the 110% increase in the lodger's tax?
Before the 118%, I believe the prior year it grew by 38%.
So what's our budget for lodger's tax?
So the budget for lodger's tax for this program right now is at $450. So we try to be conservative within our means, knowing that in case there's a rainy day, that we do have those funds that we can be able to advertise, market, and promote. Also, we set aside some funds through our lodger's tax to support other nonprofit organizations that promote their festivals and events. So through that grant program, we were able to support 16 organizations this past fiscal year. We intend to do the same in the new fiscal year, so that we can also leverage some of their dollars with ours.
So, Madam Chair, we're actually paying this consultant $400 and some $1,000. That's more than our budget. Is that correct?
No. So our budget, what we have allocated within our budget, we allocated a certain dollar amount, and then the rest is ARPA money through the federal government. And that is to support our buy local program, which we're implementing or working to implement.
So, Madam Chair, Lisa, this actually is this ARPA money that we're utilizing for the extension of the contract?
Some of it is ARPA money, yes.
So it's a rainy day.
That's why there is an increase.
So it's a rainy day out there. What do we do?
Excuse me?
It's a rainy day out there. Do we need to hit the rainy day fund?
Well, at this point, with the extra ARPA money, that is why there is an increase in the contract. But we work within a flat budget. Typically, it's $325 is the contract. However, based on previous budget hearings and that with the finance director, they did inform me that I had ability to use those funds within the lodger's tax in order to be able to increase the contract.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and thank you, Lisa. So, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I think that the Griffin Design and Griffin Associates in Marketing, Sunny 505, does a great job for Santa Fe County. I'm sorry to make you come back up to the microphone, Lisa, but when is the deadline for applying for the next round of lodger's tax?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. So the next round, we're working with the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. We'll have another upcoming meeting now in August, and then they will approve for another round. So I predict that the next round will probably be in September. And so people can contact me. It's strictly for marketing, advertising, and promotion of a festival, an event, or a tourist attraction. They should be a 501c3 or C4 organization or a quasi-government entity, or work with a fiscal agent who is qualified.
Would that include marketing of materials?
So when we say marketing, advertising, and promotion, it could be a rack card, a brochure, website redesign, social media.
A magazine?
A magazine, potentially.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I
You're
think the lodger's tax is a really important program that supports a lot of important organizations throughout northern New Mexico and in Santa Fe County. So thank you. And with that, I move to approve item 4G.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. So that takes us to item 5, which are appointments and reappointments. 5A is request appointment of 2 members to the County Open Lands, Trails, and Parks Advisory Committee, COLPAC. And I think we have Adeline Murphy. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, before we go into that item, I'm not sure that we approved the other, or the board approved the other consent items.
We did.
Oh, we did?
We
Okay.
approved the items that were not removed first, and then we went to 4A.
Okay. Thank you.
But thank you for checking. I really appreciate. And I don't see any of them that need resolution numbers, so I'm clear on this one. Adeline, take it away.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for having me here today. My name is Adeline Murphy. I'm the Open Space and Trails Senior Planner in the Growth Management Department. I come before you today to request appointment of 2 members to the County Open Lands, Trails, and Parks Advisory Committee, also known as COLPAC. COLPAC has 2 vacant positions following the resignation of 2 members. One position is in District 4, and the other is an at-large member. Staff advertised and recruited for the vacant positions, interviewed applicants, and would like to recommend appointments to the board. As per Resolution 2011-4, COLPAC is a 9-member committee that advises the board on matters related to open space, trails, and parks, acting through and with the assistance of the Open Space and Trails program staff. 5 members represent a commission district, 1 resident from each district, and 4 members are at large, residing in any area of the county. Members of the committee are appointed by the board based on letters of interest and qualifications. Members should be of diverse backgrounds, representative of the varied users of Santa Fe County's open space, trails, and parks. Desirable expertise among the membership of the committee include experience in conservation, restoration, natural and cultural resources, community interests, education, trails planning and construction, hydrology, agriculture, wildlife, water management and stewardship, public administration, or finance. As per the aforementioned resolution, the duties and responsibilities of the committee are to evaluate applications by property owners and to recommend to the board property to be acquired for open space trails and parks. Establish volunteer subcommittees to address specific concerns for open space trails and parks. Examine and make changes to the criteria for property selection when necessary. Assist in updating and reviewing the open space and trails plan when necessary. Advise on the funding of the open space and trails program, and work with county staff to provide public outreach. The committee meets as often as necessary to carry out this work, but not less than quarterly. Committee members serve a 3-year term, subject to reappointment of 1 additional term thereafter. On June 20th, 2022, Matt Piccarello, the representative for District 4, and Maury Hensley, an at-large representative, both resigned from Cold Pack. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Matt and Maury for their service to this volunteer committee. To fill these 2 vacancies, staff published a press release on June 30th, which was sent to subscribers of all 5 commission districts, neighborhood associations, and resident e-news, and was also published on the county's website. Staff also distributed the vacancy ad to the commissioners' liaisons, community organizations, and registered organizations, and via the county's social media channels. Staff received 5 applications, 3 for District 4 and 2 at large. Each applicant submitted the application requirements, a letter of interest, and resume. Staff conducted interviews with all 5 applicants, of which the following were from District 4: Dawn Miller, Jenna Wildvogel, and Penny Bennett, and the following at-large applicants: Stephen Ford and Richard Virtue. Staff would like to recommend the appointment of Jenna Wildvogel as the representative for District 4 and Stephen Ford as an at-large representative. Jenna Wildvogel is a young professional with 5 years of experience as an environmental engineer, sustainability professional, and high school science teacher. As an environmental engineer, she managed erosion and water management projects and collaborated with diverse stakeholders involved with wildlife conservation, cultural and archaeological resources, stormwater management, and historical sites. She has a demonstrated track record of community involvement, particularly through her career in teaching at an under-resourced public school, where she created a recycling program and vegetable garden on school grounds. She's passionate about equity and environmental justice, and particularly interested in making open spaces more accessible to all. Stephen Ford has 40 years of experience in teaching at higher education institutions. He is also a graduate of the Northern New Mexico Master Naturalist Program and remains an active volunteer. He has devoted his volunteerism to projects on Santa Fe County open space, such as pinyon pine reseeding at Thornton Ranch, invasive plant species removal at Los Potreros, and planting native species at Arroyo Honda open space. This experience has given him a boots-on-the-ground understanding of Santa Fe County's open spaces. And to conclude, staff recommends the appointment of Jenna Wildvogel as the representative for District 4 and Stephen Ford as the at-large representative for Cold Pack. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Adeline. Are there any questions?
I'll wait till.
Oh, okay. I mean, I just want to thank the past members for their service, definitely, and comment about the incredible resumes that we got. And I think the recommendations that the county staff have made are outstanding, and I totally support them. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the 2 people who you selected. Their resumes looked very impressive, and so I think we're fortunate to have such good people stepping up to volunteer for our open spaces. And if it's okay with everybody else, I'd like to make the motion to approve the appointment of these two individuals.
Second.
Kolpak.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I have discussion, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia.
This is interesting about Exhibit Stephen Ford's resume. It's about this long. So I guess staff has actually, or this large staff has actually worked with this individual before.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I have not worked with him before. I believe the staff that works with volunteers has.
Just interesting in just living in Santa Fe. I retired from.
Oh, there's a lot more than that.
Oh, there's a lot more than this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, a little bit more. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And thank you to everybody who's stepping up to make application and those who were selected. And thank you, Adeline, for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
That takes us to 6, which is miscellaneous action items. So 6A is an ordinance amending the business registration and licensing ordinance, the lodger's occupancy tax ordinance to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. And we have Penny Ellis Green. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The board requested staff to bring forward an ordinance to regulate short-term rentals. It's been determined that this should be accomplished through an amendment of the business registration and licensing ordinance, and our authority for the county to require licensing or resignation of businesses is NMSA 1978, Section 4-37-1 and Sections 1-38-1 through 6. As an overview, the short-term rentals have both a positive and negative impact, and to run through a few of those, the positive impacts are that they provide a different type of vacation housing that caters for families, allowing groups to stay together. There is a need for this type of rental as it's very popular. Very old housing stock may be renovated and brought up to standard and up to code. Short-term rental is a source of income for residents. Short-term rental regulation will bring in funds from permit applications and commercial gross receipts tax. An STR guest can benefit the community as a whole in terms of economic benefit. Short-term rental platforms are a way to boost local tourism sector. A negative side could be those who rent short-term rentals are only within a community for a short time, so are not vested in the community. STRs are usually for people on vacation, keeping irregular hours, not always compatible with neighbors. STRs may cause an increase in home prices. Since short-term rentals are mainly located in residential areas, by renting a short-term vacation accommodation, tourists may be using up space that otherwise might be used for living. Short-term rentals may impact traditional lodging partners. Although short-term rentals bring substantial economic benefits to communities, when unregulated, short-term rental platforms can put pressure on communities and the lodging industry. And the proposed ordinance as drafted includes the following requirements. Each short-term rental would be required to obtain a business license valid for 1 year. The ordinance includes findings and definitions. Short-term rentals would be permitted throughout the county in all zoning districts where residences are allowed as a primary use, and would be allowed on legal lots of record where the residential construction was either permitted or grandfathered in. A short-term rental license would include the owner's name, property address, occupancy limit, daytime occupancy limit, license number and expiration date, and that would be clearly posted in the property. A short-term rental license application would be reviewed and approved administratively, and appeals would be heard by the board. The proposed regulation includes an occupancy limit, parking required to be on site, owner needing to prove that the existing water restrictions have been met, an affidavit verifying all the requirements of the fire code would be met. Solid waste removal would need to be complied with, and rural addressing posted on all the properties, quiet hours established, a requirement to identify a homeowners association, and letter of approval from a homeowners association, and yearly rental and income information. There's also technical cleanup language, and the existing business registration and licensing ordinance is old and it includes other outdated sections. So eventually it will be necessary to bring this ordinance back and clean up the language for all other businesses. And staff will continue to work with that. In addition, the ordinance includes a fee of $375 for a first-time license, $300 for renewals. This fee is based on the review, processing, and issuance time, need for tracking and inspections, tracking through host compliance, which we have a yearly contract with, and an online permitting implementation, which again has a cost yearly. On June 28th, the BCC requested that staff bring back alternatives to review that would address potential negative effects of short-term rentals, such as increasing house prices, limiting the stock of housing available for long-term rental or owner-occupied, and undermining the sense of neighborhood in the community. At this time, staff does not recommend that any of them be implemented. Instead, staff believes that a better course would be to utilize the application process to gather data and information specific to the short-term rental market and contract with an expert who can evaluate overall housing market characteristics and the need for the potential impacts on various market restrictions. Some of the potential restrictions that we could explore in the future would be limiting the total number of STRs. Again, at this moment, that limit would depend on market characteristics that are currently not known. The distance between each short-term rental, county staff believes that this may be better regulated at a micro level, so for example, through homeowners associations, rather than creating a one-size-fits-all. Limit the total number of short-term rentals per person. Again, any such restriction should be directly related to a clearly articulated public policy agenda, and data and an expert analysis could help analyze this, and possibly require a holding permit period before someone can apply for a short-term rental license. So example, someone's required to own the property for 6+ months before they could apply for a license. This may increase the cost of short-term rental development since they cannot utilize that during the holding period. It's staff's recommendation that those restrictions not be included in the ordinance until data about the county's STR market is gathered and expert study is ordered and completed. If the board does approve the request to publish title and general summary, staff will publish the required noticing, allow for public comment, bring this ordinance back to the BCC to have 2 public hearings. If approved, the ordinance would take 30 days to come into effect. Staff recommends approval to the request to publish title and general summary. And Madam Chair, Commissioners, the county assessor is here to address the issue as to whether or not short-term rentals could become non-residential use. And then I believe Lucy or Robert from my staff will show some mapping that our GIS division has done.
Thank you. Come on up in whatever order you care to do this. Welcome, Lucy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for listening to this item today. Planning staff have compiled some data for you in support of this ordinance. Since 2019, the county has engaged Host Compliance, which is a company that can crawl all the data across all the hosting platforms and gather real-time data about who's listing, what they're listing, when they're listing, what price they're listing. And so based on the information they've provided to us, we had our GIS team populate a map. And I can control it with this, Robert. They populated a map so that we could see where these current listings are in relation to our community overlay districts.
Do we have somebody speaking?
It looks like Daniel's mic is on, and that's causing the feedback.
On his computer out here. Just turn up the speakers on that computer and it won't.
Might be the computer in the other room.
Do it.
I will fix
It's interesting when you get a problem you've never had before. We've done this before.
Sorry about the interruption.
No, no problem. It didn't fix it.
Test, test. Okay, I think we're in the clear. All right. So as I was saying, we've been engaging host compliance to help us understand a little bit about the current situation of the short-term rentals that are operating in Santa Fe County. And we had the data that was collected by host compliance compiled into a map of our county. And this is obviously too small to see on the screen, but we wanted to see where they are in relation to our community overlay districts, since that was, as I understand it, one of the questions that the board had about this ordinance. It's to illustrate a little bit more about the different conditions that are within the county. We decided to highlight 3 different areas. The first is the Poake Valley. And again, it's a little hard to see on the map that you have perhaps, but for the most part, the short-term rentals that are currently operating and are not regulated in any way by the county have been fairly distributed throughout these communities. There don't seem to be a whole lot of concentrated areas where they're operating. We can see in the data that we have the list prices that these are being rented at, and also we can see how frequently the host compliance thinks they've been rented out. So, for example, about 60 of the 360 listings that we had in the most recent crawl were occupied only 30 nights a year. 118 were occupied only 60 nights a year. And only about half of them were rented out 90 nights a year. So we have a sense of how frequently these are being rented out, but this is all estimates that host compliance has. They can't actually collect the night-by-night data. They gather what they think it's being rented out for by the reviews listed on each listing. So, so this is leading to one of our points, which is that we think that we need to have a regulation in place, just something for now, so that we can start to understand what the real situation is going on in the communities. The next community that we highlighted All right, Tesuque. The next area is Tesuque. Greater Tesuque. The purple area is the Tesuque Overlay District. We highlighted around just the overlay district area to show that there's a few clusters. One of them seems to be where the Rancho Encantado Resort is, and those have always been either timeshares or rented out on shorter term bases. Along Tasuke itself, there's maybe more of a concentration along the Bishop's Lodge Road corridor. But we also wanted to point out in this example that there are a number of different types of properties that are being listed as short-term rentals in the county. A lot of them, the majority are single-family residences. 86% in the most recent crawl were single-family homes. But in addition to that, there's also cabins, there's campers being rented out, there's one train being rented out. There's also hotels being listed on these sites as another mode of advertising their availability for visitors. So we wanted to highlight that this draft ordinance or the proposed ordinance would capture most types of permitted or allowable dwelling units, but there would be some of these short-term rentals that are currently operating would probably need to shut down, but it's a smaller percentage. The majority are single-family homes. And then as our third example, we highlighted the greater area around the San Marcos district to show that there are a lot of areas of the county where the short-term rentals are very, very widely dispersed. And so, again, this is to highlight that we don't think a one-size-fits-all ordinance that's highly regulated as to like the distance requirements would be effective across the county because we have many different characteristics. And again, to the point that we need a regulation in place so that we make sure people are safe and that we're collecting the taxes. And beyond that, in our opinion as staff, if there needs to be adjustments at a later date, we think that would be at a later date once we have the information to support that. I'm going to bring up Nate to describe this table. Nate.
Madam Chair and County Commissioners, so the two tables you see are calculations dividing the total housing units by both overlay district in the top table, and the bottom table is the total housing units in the unincorporated part of the county, divided by the number of short-term rentals as of, I think, mid-July, with the following data in the previous maps. And so you can see in the first table that in the overlay districts, there's a wide difference in percentages of short-term rentals over the total housing units, with somewhere like Tasuke being about 8% versus like the Poake Valley being under 1%. And then for some of the overlay districts, we didn't have data available, but for most we did. And then in the bottom table, you can see that as a percentage of the total housing units in the unincorporated part of the county, there's about 2% of them are short-term rentals.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we wanted to present that data to help inform the decision around how short-term rentals might be affecting the long-term housing and rental market. Additionally, we went through all of the owners that are listed in the short-term rental data, and there were only 5 owners that had two listings, so owners who had multiple properties under the same owner, and only 2 owners in the data we have had 3 separate listings. So that's to say, are these commercial properties that are being bought up as part of a business venture, or are these individuals renting out their home when they're on vacation or to supplement income? We don't know that for sure, but we were trying to get at whether people were buying up whole neighborhoods in the county for the purpose of making money with short-term rentals.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, on that same point, I did want to point out that Section 7.1.3 of the ordinance does require applicants to state the description of how the short-term rental was used prior to being converted into a short-term rental. So was it used owner-occupied? Was it a long-term rental? Was it a second home? Was it vacant? So that will allow us to gather that data to be able to come back and see whether or not we actually do want to put some kind of restriction on.
I did have a request. It was pretty difficult to see on that map where the rentals were. So can you send out maps relative to maybe districts in electronic format? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
No, that's great.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if the county assessor would like to discuss any of the issues related to taxing.
Yes, thank you very much. Welcome, Assessor Martinez.
Madam Chair, County Commissioners, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding property assessment or how it could affect the short-term rental. So I'm here for questions if you guys have any.
Commissioner Hanson?
Nice to see you, Assessor Martinez, always. Welcome.
Thank you.
So what do you think is the impact in certain neighborhoods like Tesuque, or Agua Fria? Are you seeing, by these numbers in Agua Fria, I don't see a high amount, but do you think it's impacting the values or one way or the other?
Yeah, it could impact the use of the property from residential to commercial, which you would have a higher tax rate. This is something that we've discussed through the 33 counties, and there's a couple of counties like Taos County, Santa Fe, just different counties around the state there that we're trying to figure out how to come together and be so it's uniformed across the board of how we handle this. It's not a one-size-shoe-fits-all. Different types of the short-term rentals will be affected differently. Whether it's possible, whether you live in your home and you're from out of state and you don't actually live there, it could be a commercial use, more of a transit. If you reside in your home and you do it, it could still retain residential. Or if you have a house and a guest house, right? If the guest, it comes down to the size of the guest house. How big is the guest house? The same size as the residential. So there's a lot of just different ways that we need to take a look at it. And remember, though, it's something that we have to apply across the board. So that means that we haven't tackled this issue with the city of Santa Fe, in the city limits of Santa Fe. So it'd be something that, we're working as the ground up with the county, but it's something that we would have to apply to the city of Santa Fe. So this is something that is going to be huge. My suggestion would be, and I don't know if I assume maybe land use has already looked at, but looking at communities around the country, maybe is Boulder County, or areas like Santa Fe, and how they use these short-term rentals in those areas and how they assess it or they don't assess it. And so that would be kind of the way that I would kind of handle that. Because at the end of the day, the 33 counties want to be on the same page. And I'm glad that, you brought the assessor in and different departments to really kind of talk about this. Because I think if we do it the right way, then it's going to be successful. And if we don't, then I think it's going to cause, a lot of problems. I had the Realtors Association reach out to me, and they want to have a meeting with me with the realtors, and they want to ask some questions and stuff. So they're already getting word, and they want to have that conversation. So that's kind of where we're at, and my thoughts on it.
Speaking of the realtors, do you think that they see this as a threat, or do they see this as an income for them?
It's potentially could be a threat. So it's just kind of working through this process. I don't know what their concerns are until I sit down. They want to have a meeting sometime next week to kind of see what their concerns are, and then I would know more about it.
Thank you. I think it's important, Commissioner Hughes and myself have both met with Penny, and I think it's important that we pass something so that we can start collecting data, because we're not getting to the point where we know what is going on, and we need that information so that we can make the best regulations possible that are going to accompany many different users. I mean, I think that there are some things we need to change in the land use code that are going to affect short-term rentals, like, you know, glamping. You know, that's a short-term rental, and we're kind of don't allow that. And I know that there's been, or people through the outdoor recreation area who have come to me and have wanted to buy a piece of property, you know, out in the Caja and do glamping, but we don't have any regulations to be able to do that, so they just went away. And so, you know, that's like, it's a low impact on the land, and it's able to also provide outdoor recreation. You know, what about people living in trailers, you know, or short-term trailers? I mean, I think looking at those and being able to adjust the code to allow something like that to happen might be possible. But then I don't know how you assess that.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of manpower to be able to kind of work with land use to locate and to send people out and get information, that sort of thing. So, you know, it is going to be cumbersome to do.
But if we don't have a regulation in, Madam Chair, if we don't have a regulation in force, we can't collect the data that we need to know what is really happening in Santa Fe County, because we have lots of short-term rentals happening right now that we can't collect the data from. So I'm in favor of moving this resolution forward so that we can start collecting data, because I think, as Commissioner Hamilton and I have talked many times, you know, we're both kind of data-driven and want to know what's the stats, what is the information telling us. I asked County Manager Schaefer the other day, oh, what do economists do? You know, like, it's kind of new lingo for me. And he said, well, they analyze the data. And like, if we don't have the data, we can't have an economist analyze the data. So I think in order for us to get data and information, we need to have a regulation. And so I'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I think we have Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I know this is just to title published general summary of a proposed ordinance. We're still going to have two public hearings, but I know, thank you for being here, Mr. Assessor Martinez. In regards to how are they being taxed? Well, I don't know. It's kind of something that's new out there in the state of New Mexico. Santa Fe County, city of Santa Fe is a whole different community other than down in Lincoln County, down in Otero County. And so everybody wants to come here. I know individuals that actually do Airbnbs. And so maybe we need to change the state law or add something to the state law for Class A counties, something similar to that. But I'm sure you'll be looking into that. Thank you. And then the other question I have is for the zoning staff. Thank you, Assessor Martinez.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
I have one more question for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Penny, is this the same thing, the data they collected, is this the same thing as Airbnb, long-term rentals, Airbnb, same thing, or two different?
Short-term.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, short-term rental usually list on Airbnb, VRBO, there's a whole bunch of sites. So our contract actually looks at those sites to see where rentals are occurring. So as we start to issue permits, we will be able to look at our data as far as what was issued and their data as far as where they've got other hits, and slowly we'll be able to bring people into compliance. I did want to address one other issue regarding glamping. Glamping at the moment would be categorized with any kind of like RV campground. We have it on the use table. We do have people have come in and applied for that. So it's definitely already regulated. But what you would find is that existing campsites, existing hotels, existing B&Bs that have come through the whole process will also be advertising on Airbnb, VRBO, that kind of thing. So for example, a campsite that has 4 or 5 trailers that are in the spaces may be advertising those for a short-term rental. So the data that we're seeing, we would be able to find out what these actually are for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of other concerns that I have is who's going to monitor all this? You don't have to answer it now because code enforcement? Anyhow, these are questions that come up whenever you come forward. And then also renting out your RV. I could see if it's a provost, that'd be great. But however, what's the size of an RV? I don't have to answer it now, but just look into that because can I go rent a little RV out there to consider a long-term Airbnb? So just...
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, related to RVs, we've had this issue for years and years. We don't consider an RV a dwelling unit, and a short-term rental would need to be a dwelling unit or like a bedroom in a dwelling unit. So if someone had 2, 3 RVs on their property, which I have been called about people that have that, they would need to come in and get their RVs approved first, and then they could advertise those on short-term rentals.
We know, Madam Chair, we know RVs are not a livable dwelling unit because they're not up to code for electrical, plumbing, so on and so forth. You and I need to probably sit down and talk about Los Pinos RV Park because off of Las Estrellas Road because it's a full-blown trailer park, mobile home park. But thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Penny.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple quick questions and an observation. One observation is that it is interesting to see. I mean, when I asked some of my constituents, everybody was in favor of some kind of limits because I think people are concerned about what's happened in other communities and even in downtown Santa Fe where it's much more of a problem. It's not a problem as we could see in the county right now, but of course the time to address it is before it's a problem, not after. But I'm fine with getting the data first and setting some kind of limits later on if we can see what might be appropriate. Yeah, I mean, looking at Tesuque being 8% short-term rentals, you could see how if that got bigger, that could have an impact on that community. But my question is, just very specifically, is whether through this process, we're going to get data on how many nights, like if we issue a license, are we going to know how many nights that unit is rented out? Because that was interesting, the data that you presented at the beginning, it seemed like a lot of them aren't rented out very many nights, which of course would lessen the impact quite a bit.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, related to the data, host compliance will be able to give us some of that data, but what we have put in the ordinance is that when you come in to renew after a year, you need to give us that information. So what your income was and the number of nights that were rented. So hopefully we should be able to tally that up. It will take us a year to have people report that, but in the meantime, we can use whatever's available from host compliance.
Okay, and then I guess the related question would be what time frame do you think is reasonable for having us having enough data to look at to understand what's going on out there?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think the ordinance says that it gives people a grace period of about 4 months to come in. So we should have people coming in within the first 4 months. And then after that, you're probably going to want to see 6 months worth of data coming in. So I think what we need to do is probably update the board about what data we've got, how many applications we've got. We can do that in our monthly report. And just let you know kind of like the total number we've got so far and throw in some of that information. And after about 6 months worth of data, we can come back and have that discussion again as to whether or not it looks like we do want to put restrictions on, or, and then we would have to go through a process to hire a consultant to look at that and look at what the limits would actually be, and then bring that back.
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Well,
Lucy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to continue on that question, I wanted to point out that this industry has been around for about 10 years, probably more now, because we started looking into this in 2019 or before. And so this is what the completely unregulated state of short-term rentals is in Santa Fe County. And so I just ask you as, in an economist's mind to think about how the market has balanced this out. We'll start collecting data once we start regulating, but it may be that we don't need to regulate a whole lot more, and that the market has kind of evened out over the last 10 years that these have been operating.
Good point. Thank you. Commissioner Roybal, I know you had something.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Will you finish, Commissioner?
I was just going to thank Lucy and Penny for their answers.
I didn't mean to switch off you too quickly. Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question as far as, I guess, short-term rentals. Would that also apply to RV spaces if somebody had a RV space as a short-term rental on their property? Because I think that I've seen that a few times in my own district.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, RVs are not considered dwelling units. So if somebody wants to use an RV for a short-term rental, they would have to have their RV park approved. That means that we would have to make sure that their water supply, septic system, things like that are approved through a development review process. And then if they want to rent that on the short-term basis, then they could do that. And I would assume that we're going to see hits on Airbnb, VRBO, those kind of sites for RV parks, glamping, camping sites, that kind of thing as well.
Okay, and that would apply even to somebody that had one individual space on their property, right?
Right, because our RV is not considered a dwelling unit. So these are for dwelling units.
Okay, so it only applies to dwelling units, but somebody that had a space that people came in for 3 or 4 days and then left, and that would be not considered under this same policy, or it would?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, that would be considered an RV space and would need to come in under the use table for RV, campsite, that kind of thing. So the larger it is, the more requirements there will be, but they would need to come through a development review process for a development plan for that.
Okay, and then my other question is, and I've seen this a couple of times now, where somebody has a long-term rental. And so the property owner, and in one instance, the property owner wasn't aware of this until one of the neighbors pointed out, because on the ARB site, it shows locations where there's short-term rentals. And, come to find out, the owner had contacted me and asked me what they could do, because the long-term renter put it out there for a room to rent this one room, and didn't even notify the property owner. So at that point, we would probably contact the property owner, but how would we fix that situation? And I mean, of course, probably the property owner has no idea that they're actually doing that. And even if they don't do it on an ARB, sometimes they'll rent out a room to an individual person and not use ARB system. So I'm just curious on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, when you make application with us, you have to show that you own the property. If you don't own the property, you need a letter from the property owner saying you can apply. So in a case like that, if you were renting, for example, out a spaces or a house as a long-term rental, and your renter decided to come in for a short-term rental, they would need a letter from you stating that they could do that, because you're the owner of the property. We don't issue permits for people that don't own property.
So will the short-term rental, ARB, or whatever the different sites are, will they change their rules to where that can't happen again? Or when the county finds out, then we're actually helping out the property owner by bringing that forward, and then they'll find out that
their renter is actually doing that, and they had no idea, I guess. At that point, then the property owner will have the responsibility of addressing it with their long-term rental, or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, the person doing the short-term rental would come into us, and one of their requirements would be that they get authorization from the property owner to make a submittal. If they're doing it, again, without a license from us, as we work with Host Compliance, who's our contractor, we would be able to identify properties that had been listed, and we would have code enforcement go through and make sure that they're issued a notice of violation until they come in and get their approval. So if the property owner didn't want it to be a short-term rental, they wouldn't be able to apply for it.
Wow. I wonder how many people will be surprised, how many long-term rental owners will be surprised to get a letter or notification from the county at that point. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, you had another?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remembered my other question for Penny. Because you mentioned something about homeowners associations. I was trying to look for it in the ordinance, but did you say there's a requirement that people get a letter of permission from their homeowners association?
Yes, I believe it is in Section 7. 7.1.4 is the name and contact information of the homeowners association governing the short-term rental, and letters from such associations confirming that the short-term rental is permitted under their documents and their covenants. So yes, they would need to identify if there is a homeowners association, and a letter from them saying we allow short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because that could actually be the only regulation we need. I mean, if they're, depending on what the data shows, but in response to Lucy's concern that I'm going to overregulate the short-term rental market. No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want...
Comment? One comment?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, Penny, can you actually just, at the next hearing, can you look at tiny houses, what they're called? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wonder...
Oh.
I have a comment. Did you have a comment, or were you going to make a motion?
I was going to make a motion.
Okay,
but
can I make
I'll
a comment, and then you'll get to your motion? I wanted to, first of all, agree with Commissioner Hanson. I'm really glad that we're going about this in a way that lets us get data. I did want to, in my own 3 cents, if it takes about 4 months, if there's a 4-month period where we're going to start really getting applications, and you start getting data in six months after that, but you really aren't going to get nights of occupancy data until a year after that. That is more like the time frame seems to me more than a year, not less. Although getting updates before that year's passed is great and very much appreciated. And then I wanted to thank Lucy and Nate for bringing forward such really good information. The way you gleaned it, to the best of what was available before we have the ordinance, that was really informative. And I was, the person who, when we were talking about limits, said, well, we need to know how many short-term rentals there are by area compared to how many houses there are, and all that kind of thing. And you did an outstanding job bringing that data forward. I found that incredibly useful. So thank you very much. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So since I was elected in 2017, I have been asking for a short-term rental ordinance. So I am really happy to see this. So I want to make a motion to publish title and general summary, amending ordinance number 1992-3, the business registration and licensing ordinance, and ordinance number 1999-10, the lodger occupancy tax ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. Thank you to all the staff who has worked so hard on this, everyone in growth management, planning, people who have moved to community services, everyone who has worked on this. I am grateful, and thank you so much.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Commissioner?
Just a couple of comments.
Commissioner Roybal and then Commissioner Garcia.
ahead and go.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I'm going to ask is the fees for this, what line item budget does it go into? And can we actually utilize it for lodger's tax? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does anybody know whether we'll? Yeah,
Thank you,
Madam Schaefer.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. The fees were set relative to the reasonable cost of the regulation of the licensed business activity. And so the expectation of staff would be that revenue collected through the fees would be invested in enforcement and compliance activity. Primarily, I would estimate with the Growth Management Department relative to enforcement and potential processing, but also potentially with the fire department, since one of the big aspects of these regulations is to ensure that the rentals that are on the market actually do meet the most salient provisions of the fire code. With regard to the lodger's tax, if the ordinance is successful in getting properties that are currently not compliant with the lodger's tax ordinance, then you would receive lodger's tax revenue separate and apart from the licensing fee imposed under the ordinance. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roybal under discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious on the RV park application. What is the timeline for somebody that comes forward that would like to get that process going so that they can actually have a legal RV park? Do you know more or less what that timeline is?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I think it would completely depend where it is in the county, whether it's a conditional use or a permitted use. Permitted use, if you've got a complete application, should be about 30 days to go through a review. A conditional use does go through 2 public hearings. So again, it would depend on whereabouts you are in the county.
Okay, I was just curious because I know I did have a constituent a few months ago that's working with the county, I think, on that same issue. So just curious as a timeline on that.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, if you have any constituents that are interested in that, it would be my staff that would be able to assist. So you're welcome to give them my information, and I can get them to the right staff member.
Okay, yeah, I think the individual that I'm thinking of is already working with staff, but I'm not sure if they already got their permit. It's been a couple or a few months, but I'm not sure I haven't heard from them again. So I was just curious as the process, how long it takes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to staff for doing the very in-depth and extensive work on this. So that takes us to item 6B, approval of Amendment 10 to the agreement between Santa Fe County and Fire Stick Studio, increasing the amount of the compensation an additional $172,530 for a total contract sum of $929,590, inclusive of New Mexico GRT and delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders. And we have Bill Taylor to start out at least.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We entered into agreement with Fire Stick Studios in March of 2019. This is Amendment 10 before the board as an action, a recommendation for approval. It increases the compensation approximately $172,000, as you stated, Madam Chair, with a slight increase to the scope, if you will. It's actually for the public awareness to create, implement the public awareness campaign, multimedia methods for specific to substance abuse, DWI, and such. In this amendment, we've also included public awareness of the LaSalle Behavioral Health Center to advertise and get that information out there. And if you do not have any questions as far as the action item before you, we do have Sebastian Adamczyk here that can present, is ready to present a few of the sample items that Fire Stick provides for the county in that public awareness campaign.
Thank you, and welcome, Sebastian. And I was going to respectfully ask you to pronounce your last name for me. I got the first 2 syllables, but not the last one, so thank you very much.
Madam Commissioner, it is Adamczyk, and I get that often.
Adamczyk.
My name is difficult to pronounce. I
Thank
apologize.
you. So did you have presentation, or are you just standing for questions?
We do have some examples. I believe Mr. Fresquez over here has a few on his computer that he can show up. So
Excellent.
we have some existing material. Mind you, these are materials that have already been in previous years developed with Fire Stick. We just want you to have the opportunity to see what some of those are in case if you haven't seen them. So this first one is particularly focused on COVID awareness, which is the campaign is Low and Slow. And if you go to the next one. And this one is for our fentanyl awareness campaign, which is another program that Fire Stick has participated on. In this one, the imagery is "One pill can kill." And once again, it's focusing on fentanyl awareness. Go to the next one. And this one is actually in the back page of the current issue of the Santa Fe Dining Guide, which is focused, of course, on alcohol use and driving. Next one. And this one was from our campaign over the holidays, which is designed, this is for a DWI campaign. In each of these campaigns for DWI, we do them based in quarters, and they generally follow a theme. This one is a full-page insert in the New Mexican front and back. And you'll see on this second page here, we also have some other information, some more text-based information. The front page is the eye grabber. The second page is providing some more useful factoids and statistics on alcohol and substance use. And then if you scroll just a little bit down, we also have an update on COVID. So we've kind of married those campaigns together. And then towards the bottom, we do have some of our outstanding DWI offenders who currently, at the time of publication, have warrants for their arrest. And then the DWI team's contact information. And was there another one, or was that all of them? Okay, that's all of them that we have. Oh, there is one more. So this one is another campaign focused on both COVID and behavioral health together. So the theme of this one is for COVID stress. I think that is it. Okay, there we go. Were there any questions regarding Fire Stick and their campaigns?
Yes, I'm sure there will be. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No,
As a former graphic designer, I appreciate your work. I think it's really important way to communicate with people and get a message out. I really appreciate seeing the DWI flyers in the paper. I've meant to bring them in, but I do read them, and I appreciate them. I think it's important. Graphic design is a valuable communication tool, and I'm grateful we have talented designers in our community doing this work, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Community Service Department, for bringing this forward. Thank you for what you do. Just to be up front, I have a challenge with the first one that you showed. It's like, it seems like to me it's just targeting a certain group of individuals, so I'm just letting it out on the record, so if we can somehow change that, I'd appreciate that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, can you say it one more time? I missed what the specific comment was.
The one I have a challenge with is the first one. It just seems like it's targeting a certain group of individuals. So why can't we do high to the sky, don't do it, and put a four-wheel drive there? So that's just a challenge that I have with that. And in regards to, I guess, how do we market and how do we get out to the individual that doesn't read the paper, that has an addiction of some sort? Because so those are just...
So there are a variety of techniques that we use Fire Stick's contract to target folks. So we have, of course, the print media, which you saw examples of, which go in the Santa Fe New Mexican. We also do have bus wraps that go, so people who are out in the community who see some of the Santa Fe Trail buses that go around, we do have, I believe, 2 buses that have wraps on them. We also are utilizing social media. Well, we will in FY23 with this amendment. We'll be utilizing social media to draft targeted campaigns towards individuals who frequent certain establishments. With the ability of social media nowadays, we can identify individuals who frequent, for example, like liquor stores, bars, or in areas that have high incidence of DWI. And we can give those individuals targeted advertisements in their existing social media feeds. And then we also do radio spots, television spots, and then other advertisements on the internet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in regards, I know I've heard it on a radio station or so regarding the DWI unit. I don't know if you work with them or not. Whenever they do their talk on certain radio stations, I would like to see it a little bit more improved, actually, because you could have the sheriff up there talking, you could have any individual out there, anybody that's been through whatever. Just to me, it just seems like it's the same thing every Tuesday. But I don't know if you guys work together, but community service, if you could just note that, please.
I will take that feedback noted, and we can make adjustments to that. And just for everybody's information, that radio spot is on 99.9 FM every other Friday. This Friday being one of those Fridays. It's on at 7:30 in the morning, and I can take that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, 98.1 is a local station here that actually is very popular as well. So just so we can get 2 or 3 different local radio stations, that'd be great. I see Bernalillo County has some... They must have a little bit more money than we have, but they actually have TV ads and so on and so forth. The Department of Transportation has a really good ad that comes out. That costs some money to do those ads, but if you could look into that, and appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to request approval of amendment number 10 to agreement number 2019-005 3-CSD/CW between Santa Fe County and Fire Stick Studios, increasing the amount of compensation for an additional $172,533.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Roybal.
Yeah, just a quick question. I found it really interesting that you're able to target certain groups and areas that somebody frequents. How do you guys do that?
So this is something that we have not done in the past, and we plan on implementing in this current fiscal year, FY23. And so essentially what it does is, for example, like Instagram or Facebook, an individual who goes to certain locations, the beauty of social media, and some would argue the scary part of social media, is it tracks people's locations. And so with that, with people who opt into those services, we can identify individuals who do go through those locations. So we can identify zones where, for example, a lot of DWI accidents happen, and we can identify people that travel through there at certain times or in those high-risk areas, and we can provide those targeted advertisements in that manner. Or if they go to a specific location, or if they look at a specific location's Facebook or Instagram page or other social media page, we can identify those, and as part of their platform, we can target those ads more specifically to those individuals.
So it'll be through cell phones or electronic devices, I guess. Okay.
Likely, yes.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I do have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, and thank you both, and welcome on you. As far as I know, your first presentation to us.
This is actually my second, Madam Commissioner, but thank you very much, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to just add my voice to that, and thank you very much for the presentation. It was definitely interesting, so we appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
So that actually takes us, since C has been tabled or withdrawn, that takes us to 7 presentations. And we have a presentation of the Santa Fe County Zoom Prospector web-based site selection tool, which sounds like it's going to be very interesting, and have Alex Fitzgerald and multiple other people, it seems, coming forward.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, happy to be here. I am Alex Fitzgerald, Santa Fe County Economic Development Specialist with the Community Development Department. I'm here today to introduce you all to a brand new tool. Not technically brand new, but a new tool that we have and we've been using.
Do you have your...
Can you hear me?
Well, there was some difficulty, so...
Is this better?
Yeah, I can hear you, but apparently Commissioner Hanson is having a problem, so I hear you either way. So I know your mic is on, so if you could continue.
Okay, I'll try to project a little bit louder as well.
That's perfect, yeah.
So this is a new tool that we're using with economic development. It is a web-based software that provides site selection assistance and resources to county staff and the public as it relates to commercial and industrial real estate. So with that, I'm going to click over to my next slide.
Maybe.
Thank you, Daniel. So what is it? So this, like I mentioned, is an online site selection and mapping software for commercial and industrial properties. What it does is it offers accessible and visualized data for GIS location research and analysis, and provides more than 1,000 variables of analysis to assist businesses and developers find the right location for their project. All you'll see here on the right, this is a quick picture of, the software in action. We're going to do a demo here after this, but this is just a quick picture of what it looks like. Next slide, please. Thanks, Chris. Where to access it? You can access it on our website on the economic development page. We have links with other agencies as well where they can click through and access this. And what's been pretty cool about this website, we're able to do analysis, get insights on who's using this website, and we have several agencies in the area actively using this, including the City of Santa Fe. We have other economic development organizations using this to assist our local business communities find places to locate or expand their business. Why was it created? So 2020, something like that, the state reached out to our department and asked, hey, we have someone who needs some space. Do y'all have, a list? We had some Excel spreadsheets, the city had some Excel spreadsheets, and we knew some realtors. What was lacking was a unified system with comprehensive data that was easily accessible for all of us and to the general public. So that's what kicked off this project. We worked forward to procure this software to provide an online database that's easily usable and user-friendly, and that's what we have. But we did it to align with economic development best practices. If you look across the country, this is where economic development has been going for a while. It's democratizing data and what's available to allow people to make their best decisions for themselves and for their business. And people can do that when they have a lot of knowledge and data available to them. And we also did it to enhance our own ability to provide technical assistance and customer service to businesses and people seeking to develop their properties in the county. We've already worked with several organizations seeking to move or develop here, move their business, and this tool has allowed us to hone in areas that might be suitable for what they're trying to do, and helps us provide a list of things for them to consider when selecting the best location. Next slide, please. So with that, we'll do the demos and questions. I'm probably going to take a seat And maybe I can move this over here. Oh, this is wireless. This is wonderful. So what I'm doing here is I'm pulling up the website. Let me share the appropriate screen for you all. So here you'll see the landing page. This is what you see whenever you go to our website and click through. It takes you here. And as you can see, we have the whole county here. Oops, sorry, I'm trying to hide these emails. You have the whole county here, and you can zoom in wherever you might be interested in locating a business. The blue are properties, the green are sites being available land where you can build something, should you want to build something. And what you can do here, and what's really unique here, is you can click a site, and then there's all these analytical tools that you can use to analyze various, aspects of the site. I'm going to take you through a demo of a recent search we did with a local company who was looking to build a business park. They were looking for X amount of acres, close to infrastructure, close to transit routes, things of that nature, close to the airport, and of course we had this site here. And so we were able to identify this site. We click through to the site, and what it does is it shows you various pictures, it shows you all sorts of information of the site over here on the left-hand side. There's a little bit of delay on my end, but you can see it scrolling down. It tells you where it's located, the acreage, the sale price, things of that nature. So that's the first point of analysis, is it does it meet the basic needs of land size, building size, things of that nature. After that, we have the ability to look at all of these demographics variables across the top, ranging from demographics, consumer expenditures, wages, labor force, businesses, things of that nature. And so let's say this company wants to sell men's clothing or something like that. They could click this tab, and it shows you within this 10-mile radius all sorts of consumer expenditures. And you'll see here men's apparel, that's why I selected it. But on average per household, most households in that 10-mile radius spends $417 on men's apparel per year. This is just the basic capabilities of the software. We can dive deeper, we can analyze a lot more, things of that nature. We can also look at the surrounding businesses in the area. And you'll see here, once I clicked that, it populated. And the internet's really doing pretty well here comparatively. Sometimes these can be large queries and a lot of information overlaid on here, but you can see within this 1-mile radius, there's all these businesses listed over here on the left. So it's also a way to understand the economy that you're moving into and what support businesses might be there, what other businesses might be there to help your business as well. And so all of these things considered, this tool has allowed us, as I mentioned, to provide much more critical and robust technical services to our businesses and those seeking to land in Santa Fe. Currently on this website, we have about 202 active properties. It allows us to pull data on what the market looks like. Of those properties, approximately 10% are over 10,000 square feet. The rest are under, which is a critical thing we're identifying in our economic development plan. A lot of businesses seeking to move to Santa Fe County or expand to Santa Fe County usually need larger footprints as well. For some of our key cluster industries and things of that nature. And so it's allowed us to do a little bit more and deeper economic analysis on the market as it relates to commercial, industrial, real estate. In addition, we have, approximately 62 sites in the county that could be developed that's ready right now. A large percentage of those are under 10 acres, which makes it difficult to develop larger footprints, things of that nature, business parks, things of that nature. And we have also a lot of, the commercial vacancy rates for a lot of our properties are pretty low as well. And so generally using this tool, we've worked with a lot of businesses reaching out, looking for property, and they just can't find it. And this tool has allowed us to understand a little bit better some things we might need to consider moving forward, develop strategies to address those shortages, things of that nature. I think with that, I will stand for any type of questions. That was pretty quick, but just know that this tool has a lot of capability, a lot of analysis, and we use it pretty frequently to help businesses in the area.
Wow, that's really interesting. I mean, I have a couple of really quick questions, and I'll go to everybody else. Who developed the software, and I mean, how long has it been available? It just really seems very, very useful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll head back over here. This software is developed by a company called GIS Planning. They specialize in creating this type of software to assist with site selection. The data, which was really cool, we have a direct data link to the Commercial Area Realtors of New Mexico, the association, and that's what really makes this software work. We have a direct connection to the premier spot where all commercial realtors list their properties. And so it's up to date. New data is drug on very frequently, and it's been up and running for approximately, with the data link, 4 months? Approximately 4 months.
Excellent. And I apologize for jumping in first. Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, it's only fair. It is very, very exciting. Can you share this PowerPoint with us?
Absolutely, I'd be more than happy to.
Okay, so the commercial real estate group, or realtors here, they use this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, they have a similar software for their realtors. What we do is we use the data that their realtors, the part of the association, upload and drag it over to our website. It's very likely some of the realtors do use it, but we created this software for the purposes of economic development, so we can do deeper analysis and things of that nature. But we are using their data that they use internally for their organization.
So this is a collaborative project, so to speak.
Yes, ma'am, so to speak.
Okay, so I think that's fantastic. I'm still disappointed that we eliminated some of the commercial space in Oshara Village, and especially when we have something now that we have something like this that would have allowed us to promote that commercial space. Mm-hmm. I don't think commercial space is going to go away just because people start working at home. I think we still need that part of the economy to develop, and to develop economic development. So I think it's very exciting. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask a similar question. What's the difference between a real estate agent and what we have going on here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the main difference is all of those variables with all of that data at our fingertips. Every single website that lists and hosts realtor or available properties, if you will, does not have that capability, does not have that tools. This allows us to overlay economic data, demographic data right there. And so that's the fundamental difference. The second difference is this tool also allows us to overlay our own GIS data, should we want to overlay additional data to help with analysis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A previous deputy county manager used to always tell me, there's your favorite word, Rudy. I was like, what's that? Economic development. So you being our economic development specialist too, what's your definition of economic development?
My definition? Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I would say my definition of economic development broadly is improving the quality of life and opportunity for residents of the county.
Okay. Also, I don't know where we are, but in regards to the property on State Road 14 where the film studios are, I believe there might be some additional tracks that are located out there for economic development, warehouse type things, and I don't know if that's still, but if you can just look into that, that'd be great.
Certainly.
Was that it? Is that good, Commissioner Garcia? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to clarify. This is live on our website now, and I can go home and play with it. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that is correct.
Okay, well, if we get out of here early enough, I might do that. But thank you very much for the presentation. That's fascinating and obviously a very, very neat and cool, useful tool.
Okay, and now we have motivation for is there any further?
I don't have any additional questions, Madam Chair, but just want to express my gratitude for the presentation today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent, very exciting. Thank you. Well done, guys. So actually, that takes us to, generally, to matters of public concern. And so, Daniel, don't go too far or get there quickly if you do, whatever. Is there anybody present here or on WebEx that wishes to make a comment to the Board of County Commissioners? I know we didn't, I don't believe we got anybody who pre-registered. So once again, is there anybody present or on WebEx who wishes to speak during matters of public concern? If there's anybody online, please unmute yourself and make your presence known. I feel like I'm at a seance, but that's not what I... It's like rattle the door or something. So hearing no one, I'm going to close matters of public concern and move on to item 9, which is matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer, you have 2 items under that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. With regard to COVID-19 updates, our community level remains steady at medium. However, due to generally rising cases among seniors and others at our senior centers remain temporarily closed and congregate meals service remains suspended, and we continue to provide home-delivered meals. On the prevention front, do want to announce and recognize efforts by the Santa Fe County Office of Emergency Management for hosting COVID-19 vaccine clinics on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The events are open to the public, and both Moderna and Pfizer primary and booster shots are being offered on Wednesday, August 17th at the Pewaukee Fire Station, on Tuesday, August 23rd, the La Cienega Fire Station, Wednesday, August 24th at the Hondo Fire Station, and Tuesday, August 30th at the Chimayo Fire Station, and Wednesday, August 31st at the Turquoise Trail Fire Station. So do continue to encourage members of the public to stay up to date on their boosters and primary vaccines. In terms of general miscellaneous updates, did want to announce through this venue that we are in the process of hiring Roberto Lujan as the permanent director at the Santa Fe Regional Emergency Communications Center, based upon the unanimous recommendation of the RECC Board of Directors, at least those who were in attendance at the meeting at which Mr. Lujan's application was considered. He brings 16 years of experience in emergency dispatch and communications to the job, and actually began his career at the RECC and really grew up there as a telecommunicator professional. So we look forward to working with Director Lujan on a permanent basis to build on the positive momentum that was initiated during his time as interim director. From our film office, our executive director did announce two productions, Walker Independence, a CW WBS Season 1 television series, which began filming in July in and around Santa Fe. The production is estimated to employ approximately 275 New Mexico crew members, over 14 New Mexican resident actors, and approximately 3,500 local background talent. Dust, which is a Searchlight Pictures production, will begin shooting this month in and around Stanley, Santa Fe, and Galisteo. The production will employ approximately 152 New Mexican crew members and 153 background talent. In terms of fiscal year 22 numbers, the New Mexico Film Office released data showing a record year, $855 million in direct spend in the state, of which Santa Fe County was the beneficiary of approximately $275 million in direct spend relative to film and other media initiatives. Wanted to recognize ongoing efforts of our emergency management office relative to the periodic flooding that Santa Fe County is experiencing. Specifically on July 26th, Assistant Chief Martin Vigil and Battalion Chief James Carroll responded to a swiftwater rescue call in Rio and Medio. And in addition, the office has been providing assistance otherwise to those who are impacted by that ongoing flooding associated with the monsoonal weather. Finally, it turns out that the first BCC meeting in November falls on Election Day. By state statute, the county clerk or her deputy is required to attend sessions of the Board of County Commissioners and otherwise act as the ex officio clerk of the board for its meetings. Given those conflicting responsibilities, the county clerk has respectfully requested that the board consider moving its regularly scheduled meeting so as to not fall on Election Day. If the board were interested in accommodating that request, we would respectfully ask that the meeting be pushed back 1 week until November 15th. That maintains at least 2 weeks in between Board of County Commissioner meetings, both the last one in October and the second one the second one in November. So I'd be pleased to hear any feedback on that request that the board might have for me, and that does it for my updates.
Okay, that's good. So part of the point is that if we did it on the 15th instead of the 8th, the second November meeting would still be on the 29th, which that there are 2 weeks in between. Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
I was just going to ask the same question, Madam Chair. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's why I clarified. Okay, great. Is there any feedback at the moment on this request to move BCC meeting?
Well, I think that sounds fine. Do we need to decide today to make the notice ahead of time, or would it be convenient to decide today?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, no, there's no need to decide today. We would have plenty of time to meet noticing obligations if we were going to reschedule a regular meeting. I believe that the clerk simply was trying to plan ahead and wanted to bring the issue forward at the earliest convenient time.
Yeah, so it makes sense to me at whatever point we decide to make that change.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Clerk, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Other than it would be most appreciated to move it since everyone is all hands on deck on Election Day.
Absolutely.
I'm fine with it.
Everybody's nodding their head. Yes, I mean, on my calendar, it would work, and this it's clearly a very good reason for requesting the change. So I would honestly recommend that we go ahead with that, because there's no other way to really clear that conflict, and this is, the major election. So
Okay, then we'll make that so. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
That takes us to matters from, and thank you for bringing that forward. And also thank you, frankly, for recognizing all the other emergency management items and COVID items that are being attended to. That takes us to matters from the county commissioners and other elected officials. So for 10A, I guess I'll start with Commissioner Hanson and work my way across.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can count on me to have something to say.
Absolutely, it's great.
Speaking of emergency management, I at La Familia had their fiesta this last weekend, and Martin Vigil was there with his display, and so I thought that was really good. It was a very good turnout. I think one of the most popular items for the fiesta was the child's haircuts. That was a big event, and it was great because children could come through and get haircuts for free. They handed out lots of food, and there was lots of different booths and vendors going on. But being able to have your child's hair cut for free, that saves people like $20. I mean, at least I think. And so I thought that was a great thing to have, and it was great to have Martin Vigil there, and many of the other vendors. I think our DWI was there from Santa Fe County also. So then I want to go on to yesterday, Commissioner Garcia and I went and visited Kai Debra, which is an area where we have beavers and open space and flooding on the roads. And Public Works staff was there with us, Brian Snyder and Ivan Trujillo. And people from Open Space, Peggy and Adeline, and my liaison, Laura, and Commissioner Garcia's liaison. And so we looked at the issues there, and one of the things that Ivan said was we really need environmental assessment, but also just this morning there was a notice from the La Cienega group that they're doing an RFP and they're working towards that. So I think that there's a lot of synergy around that area right now, and trying to find a solution for the not only for the pipeline, but also for the beavers and the roads. And the river is not running when you get to it runs, there's water at Kai Debra, but then when we went down further past the petroglyphs, there was no water there. And so somewhere between Kai Debra and the petroglyphs, there's something happening, and maybe the beavers have moved downstream and decided they wanted a new village there, or a new lodge is what they call it. But it needs attention, and we need to pay attention to that. And since it's on the border of Commissioner District 2 and 3, I thought it was great that we could both be out there and see the issue, and I'll let Commissioner Garcia say more about it. Also on August 12th, there's a Caja del Rio event at the Santa Fe Brewing Company at 12 o'clock, and we're all invited. And then on August 13th is my coffee and tea under the trees, and Public Works staff is coming to talk about issues in the village. PJ Montano, Brian Snyder, and our Public Works Director, Gary Herron. So it should be a lively event with lots of people to answer questions for the constituents on what's going on in District 2 and in the village. And it is held at Reunity Resources at San Ysidro Crossing in the historic village of Agua Fria. So, and then on my last item, I have the great honor of being appointed once again to a number of NACO leadership roles. The Arts and Culture Commission, I have been selected to be a vice chair. The Healthy Counties Advisory Board, I am a member. The Resilience County Advisory Board, I am a board member. Rural Action Caucus, I am a member. And the Environmental, Energy, and Land Use Steering Committee, the Energy Subcommittee, I am a vice chair. And as I mentioned last time, I was elected second vice chair of the Women of NACO. So, and I am also, once again, want to say I was really happy to have other commissioners with me from the county. Commissioner Hughes attended, and Commissioner Roybal at NACO. So it's always a educational and active event. So that is all I have for the moment, unless I forget something. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My report will be very short for the reason. The first thing is Olivia Romo, as you know, is on her 1-month sabbatical. So not much going on in District 5 without Olivia there. But I certainly hope she comes back with her book of poetry for us all to read, but also that she comes back. I did want to mention that we're getting close to an agreement, I think, on allowing the Santa Fe Conservation Trust to put dark sky monitors on 3 or 4 of our fire stations to monitor the ambient light at night in Santa Fe, and I think that's going to be a really interesting thing, and for all of us data geeks, you know, it'll be interesting to watch the data. They're going to measure it over 10 years and see whether we're doing better or worse during that time in terms of keeping our skies dark. And yes, I did get to go to the NACO conference, so I want to thank the county for sending me. It was very interesting. It was my first time, and so it took me a while to get the idea of what it was all about, but I did get some nice ideas from other parts of the country about opioid stuff in particular. And I think that is it for me, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson pretty much said it, that we actually need to collaborate with each other within the internal staff division as to what we're going to do with that Santa Fe River, as well as the city, BLM, National Forest, petroglyphs, the pipeline, the road access, and clearing it out. And so it's a start. That's well needed to be done. I'd like to give some accolades to Chief Hill sitting there in the audience, and he was one of the original chiefs back in when Stan Holden, Hank Blackwell, and those individuals were here back in from the year 2000, 1997. All four fire chiefs. And I've actually seen him in action whenever there was a fire in La Cienega. I've seen him work on some individual projects that he actually works on. And I heard many years ago, 5-7 years ago, that when Chief Hill went to a conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, he's actually like the czar of rescue and how we actually go with, I can't think of the word right now, whenever there's a major disaster, what is it called? A major disaster, and he's there for the flooding. But I just like your knowledge that you have is actually, the county is very lucky to have you. Thank you, Chief Hill.
That's excellent, but you stole my thunder. I was going to say it was excellent you brought that up. Thank you so much. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did go to the Spanish market, and it was very well coordinated, as it always is. And I was just want to give a shout out to everybody that helped coordinate the Spanish market this year. It was a good time to be there. Also, wanted to talk about the county fair I attended on Saturday, and it was really neat. To see the excitement in the children when they were selling their steers, the sheep. It was pretty awesome. I mean, I was surprised to see one of the steers go for about $10,000. So it was pretty impressive. It was pretty neat to be there for the auction, and so I really enjoyed it. It was just really neat to see the excitement with all the kids. They auctioned off rabbits, chickens, you name it. I saw a couple of chickens go for $1,000. It was kind of crazy. Yeah. So, but just a big thank you to everybody that coordinate that. Our state, our county fair board, they did a great job, and some of our local business owners that really invested and was a part of this auction and purchased this livestock. It was really wonderful to see that in a future meeting, maybe in the next one. I'd like Anna to bring forward all the participants that participated in the county fair, and also recognize the business owners and other individuals that actually purchased these animals that actually help these kids, and also I think that a lot of them save the money to go to school and things of that nature. So I think it's really a great program, and I just wanted to highlight that. It was really nice to be there this year. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend last year, but I've tried to go every single year since I've been a commissioner, and it's something that I'll continue doing. My son participated in 4-H, and now I got a 5-year-old that looking at starting off again. So I'm gonna have some fun with him. So it'll be neat to be involved again with a child in the 4-H. I also wanted to just say a huge welcome to our Public Works Department. They've done such a great job. I've called on issues with Chinese elms growing on the roads, and flooding issues that we're all experiencing now. And so I just want to have a huge shout out to our Public Works Department on a great job and working with our constituents and doing everything we can. Right now, I know we're overwhelmed and we're really shorthanded at this point, but it's just something that I really want to recognize and thank them for their hard work, and let them know that it doesn't go unrecognized. And I'm really proud of all of our staff. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. And I want to go back to Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, as the chairwoman actually mentioned, you kind of stole my thunder from the county fair, but thank you for all the participants that actually do participate in that fair. And now that you have a 5-year-old, you can start raising those cattle there, so you have a lot of years to go. And Public Works is actually a huge array of different divisions within Public Works, and one of the things is PJ Montano's crew is actually in charge of turning on the lights every morning, or snow plowing, et cetera, but his actually crew does a good job for the county fair. But thank your crew, PJ, and thank all the Public Works Department, because those are the necessities that the taxpayer really looks at 70 or 80%. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And yeah, there's no problem stealing thunder, because honestly, saying this kind of thing twice that is just fine. We've been experiencing a lot of natural disasters, and we have enough ongoing problems with the pandemic and whatnot that our county has stepped up to, and many of those efforts, things are seldom singular, but certainly with the flooding, the fires, and then the flooding that has followed these fires, Assistant Chief Feehill gets out there. He's usually the first person out there, and he coordinates all the remaining efforts, including coordinating with Public Works, who do much of the work. So both of you were right on thanking these people who are often go unsung for days and weeks and months at a time out there, not 9-to-5 jobs anymore. And since we expect those things to get worse and worse, just predictably with climate change and unpredictably with, because that's the nature of the way things are going to happen. We'll be doing this thanking more and more, and so just the recognition is really needed. So thank you for being here, and thank you for doing what you do.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One more thing is I actually have so much stuff going through my head. Anyhow, in order to have the county fair, it takes individuals actually to put PJ's crew together, 4-H club, all these clubs together. And, actually there's an individual that works for a community service department, that's Anna War. She actually was responsible for senior services as well as putting the county fair and organizing and orchestrating all of the ability for everybody to have a great time and for everybody to be recognized. And, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there that we don't realize that. We show up to the fair, we go, but however, it's actually, I'd just like to give a shout out also to Anna War, because she is the nucleus of how that all works out and how it gets spread out into different veins throughout the nucleus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, I have one other thing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I attended the New Mexico Associations of Counties meeting in Las Lunas on last week on Thursday.
Yeah.
And, we had a presentation from WIOA, from our state board for our workforce. And they actually had a really good presentation that talked about the services they provide for our work. Well, they kind of filter the money to the different boards in the state. The New Mexico, Northern New Mexico Workforce Development Board is actually our board here. But they had some positive things to say that, the work board is actually doing some great work. So I'm trying to coordinate for them to do a presentation to us on September the 13th for our BCC meeting, or possibly the last meeting in September. But I'll get with you on that.
Excellent.
So we can coordinate. I think it'd be a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roybal. So I think that moves us to 10B, which is matters from other elected officials. Madam Clerk, would you like to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as my request earlier indicated, it is now election season once again. Seems like they're just every 6 months now. So we are recruiting poll workers. As a reminder, poll workers need to be fully vaccinated. We also have jobs like messenger and help desk, and a variety of other positions in the clerk's office to make sure that the election goes smoothly. We've also had some questions in our office about maps, and we do have maps on our website if you're interested in certain district maps. And if you can't find a map, then we're happy to work with GIS to produce one and put it on our website. So just email us at clerk@santafecountynm.gov if you're interested in a map of any district within Santa Fe County. And another frequently asked questions we're getting is about the idea of challengers, watchers, and observers. And so just for a little election information, observers, challengers, and watchers are all different in the statute. So observers typically are people like the UN or other international organizations that want to simply observe the election. They go through the Secretary of State and let them know that they're going to be observing at different polling sites. Watchers have to file 7 days in advance from the time of watching an election, and that's usually like the Republican Party statewide or various entities who want to watch the election. And they typically play a passive role and then call the Secretary of State or Attorney General if they see something that they think is amiss or they think there's a problem. And then challengers are only appointed by the local chairs of the political parties. So that would be the Republican chair, the Libertarian chair, and the Democratic chair of Santa Fe County. So if you want to be a challenger, you must contact your relevant party that you're registered with in order to become a challenger in the election. This is a question that has come up recently in our email, and I wanted to make sure we sort of discuss what the various rules are. But the reality is that elections need to be observed. They need to have multiple parties participating, so that way there's multiple eyes on the process, so we can ensure it's fair and transparent. So if you're interested in becoming a poll worker, if you're interested in some of those other roles in the election, now is the time to start thinking about that and reaching out to your various entities or us so you can sign up and we can either train or direct you to where to go. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other elected officials? I don't see anybody sitting here in the audience, but are on WebEx who would like to speak at this time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Treasurer Manzanares.
Welcome, Treasurer Manzanares.
Thank you. I tried to speak last time, and for some reason I was not able to unmute, but happy to be here today. And just to update the commission with our latest in the office, again, like our clerk mentioned, we'll be in a busy season as well going into tax season. And so a couple of ideas coming from our office to do an e-billing campaign, so you'll see more about that. And working closely with our delinquent accounts. Those are two of the things that we've had staff working on. So we're excited about those two. And I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Roybal and what Commissioner Garcia said about the county fair. We were fortunate to have staff there some of the week, went there on Saturday, and just always a good time with the kids and in raising grandchildren. Commissioner and I will see each other a lot at 4-H meetings. So Commissioner Roybal, I think we might be buying those $1,000 chickens ourselves. So thank you, everyone, and we're here to serve.
That's excellent. And Madam Treasurer, I want to apologize. You had technical difficulties last time. I will make sure you have my cell phone in your phone so that if we ever come across this again and you need to speak, we can make time to get technical issues resolved. You can just text me and tell me you're present but can't quite get on. So I'll work on that with you, and I apologize that you had that problem.
Madam Chair, thank you. I will do that.
Excellent. Are there any other elected officials on who wish to speak at this time? Well, hearing none, let me know if I'm closing this too quickly. Let me know and I can reopen it. But I'm going to go ahead and move on to item 11, which is matters from the county attorney. Attorney Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. At this time, I'd request the board go into executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 in MSA 1978, and specifically including acquisition of real property for a transfer station and other potential county uses.
Excellent. So I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, I move to go into executive session.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Commissioner Roybal is absent just momentarily, so we'll count him excused.
Okay. Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So thank you very much. We're in executive session and we will come out it's a little bit after 5. I would guesstimate about 5:45 to conduct the public hearings. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody who has been here contributing information. So we are back. It is 6:10. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Can we include in that motion that the only things discussed were those that were read by the county attorney on the motion to go in and no decisions were made?
Yes, Madam Chair, the only things that were discussed were the items that were summarized by our county attorney, and there was no action taken.
Thank you very much. And the second? Okay.
Agreed.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 So we are out of executive session, and that takes us to item 12, which are public hearings. The first one, 12A, is an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code to add a new section to establish the Extraterritorial Land Use Authority and a new section to establish the Extraterritorial Land Use Commission. And we'll go right to Penny Ellis Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. On June 28th, the BCC approved the publication of title and general summary of this ordinance. The enactment of the Sustainable Land Development Code created ambiguity about the status of the ALUA and ALUC. This subject ordinance would remove the ambiguity, enacting new sections of the SLDC to create these bodies. A state statute authorized the creation of ALUA and ALUC to exercise concurrent extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction in the 2 miles for zoning and the 5 miles for subdivision and platting. In 2008, the city and county agreed to create ALUA and ALUC, and the county approved Ordinance 2008-17, which amended the Land Development Code and established those bodies. The ALUC and ALUA have been inactive for years since no annexation petitions have been submitted. If the subject ordinance is adopted, ALUA and ALUC would be constituted decision-making bodies under the SLDC, adding two new sections to Chapter 3. These bodies would not hear land use cases or make independent land use regulations. Under Ordinance 2013-1, which was an ALUA ordinance, the regulation of zoning, subdivision, planning, and platting of properties within the areas to be annexed was governed by the city, and the areas of zoning, planning, and platting outside the area to be annexed would be governed by the county. So this ordinance establishes the membership, term, and responsibilities for both boards. ALUA membership would consist of 4 county commissioners, 3 city councilors. The remaining county commissioners and city councilors would serve as alternates, and the ALUC membership would consist of 5 planning commission members and 5 city planning commission members, and the remaining county and city planning commission members would serve as alternates. Terms for all members is 2 years. On July 21st, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on this ordinance and recommended approval. If this is adopted, we would then bring forward appointments for both of the boards. Staff's recommendation is for the approval of this ordinance, and if I could enter the entire memo into the record, and I stand for questions.
Yes, please. That can be so entered, and Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only question is, where is the city at in its adoption of its corresponding ordinance?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I am not sure if they had already, or if they still had their positions already appointed.
Madam Chair, they have appointed their commissioners to the councilors for sure. They have already appointed. They did that in January.
Okay, so they're ahead of us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the ordinance.
We actually have to have the public hearing first,
sorry.
but no, that's quite all right. It's, are there other questions before we open public hearing? If not, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anybody from the public present or on WebEx who wants to speak to this matter? And Daniel, I'll go right to you. Do you see anybody on WebEx who may want to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, I do not see any members of the public on WebEx.
Okay, well then I'm going to, I see no other than staff present in chambers, so I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. And now I will entertain other questions or a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code, ordinance number 2016-9, to add new section 3.6 to establish the extraterritorial land use authority, and the new section 3.7 to establish the extraterritorial land use commission.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No worries.
Okay. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
I will excuse
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia and
Yes,
Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Okay, so your ordinance does pass.
And can I get an ordinance number, please?
Ordinance number is 2022-06.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And thank
you,
you,
Madam
Penny,
Chair.
for this. So that takes us to 12B, which is resolution adopting projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County's infrastructure capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2024 to 2028, authorizing submittal of plan to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration and replacing resolution 2022-003. And we have both Robert and Max. So welcome. I don't know which order you want to go in, but please take it away.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Robert Grego, with Planning Manager with the Growth Management Department, and we're here with Max Hendren. She's the Capital Planner, and she's going to be doing the presentation today. Max is a new Capital Planner, and she's been with us since July, and she will be our Capital Planner going forward.
Excellent. Thank you. We have had the pleasure of your presence here before, so welcome back.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Max Hendren. I am the Capital Planner with the Growth Management Department. We are here to conduct the second of two public hearings on the adoption of the fiscal year 2024 to 2028 Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan, which is the ICIP and Exhibit A in your documents. We're going to have a brief presentation. We're going to have an overview of the fiscal year 24 to 28 ICIP that will be submitted to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, the DFA. We are holding a public hearing on the FY 24 to 28 ICIP. And lastly, staff is going to recommend the review and approval of the resolution to adopt the fiscal year 24 to 28 ICIP as required by DFA and is due August 19th, 2022. The projects on the list were collected throughout the year. The Capital Projects Evaluation Committee compiled, reviewed, and scored the community requests and the capital projects based on the county's 4 population goals, along with other priorities identified in the county's strategic plan, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, and certain factors like project readiness and phasing, or addressing immediate need related to public health, safety, and welfare, or staff's capacity to initiate and complete a project in a timely manner. Each project on the FY 24 to 28 ICIP list has been scoped, ranked, and recommended by the Capital Planning Committee for the board to consider. The ICIP list was vetted through the capital planning process and are listed by plan year and priority. The ICIP includes the top 5 projects that are represented by each commissioner's district. Each project has an estimated total project costs and the estimated funding gap based upon other funding that has been required. The basic need is identified with a Y or an N. meaning the project is necessary for county functionality. We do have department staff available to help answer any questions, and I know we are in a public hearing, and we do stand for questions.
Excellent. So before I open public hearing, are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hughes.
Just a quick note that unless Thornton Ranch moved, it's not in District 5. I would love for it to be in District 5, but I think it's in District 3.
Which project is that? I'm sorry.
Thornton Ranch.
Oh, okay. We will make that change.
Oh,
What number is it?
Is that 28?
well, let me look again.
Yeah, third. Yeah.
28, Thornton Ranch open space, yes. It's in District 3. But no big deal, because I'd love to have it in District 5.
Okay.
Well, it's nearby.
Well, if that's, yeah, yeah. And if that's the worst thing that ever happened, then. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public comment for this. So is there anybody from the public in the chambers or on WebEx who would like to speak to this matter? Like, I don't think anybody materialized in the last 37 seconds. Daniel, can you just double check? Is there anybody on WebEx who, from the public who might want to speak at the public hearing?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody from the public on WebEx that would like to speak.
Thank you very much. Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to note that I believe, unless I'm mistaken, which I could be, that we may have duplicate projects for Agua Fria Fire regional stations, project number 13 and project number 29. There was an effort to roll up requests so that there would be flexibility in terms of any funds that might be allocated. And I believe in that effort, we failed to remove one of the items. So if I'm mistaken, my colleagues can correct me, but if I'm not mistaken, then I think the motion would be to approve the ICIP with duplicate number 29 removed and with the change to the district location of Thornton Ranch open space. Does that work?
That works, and I think you must be right because...
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So don't they refer to the Agua Fria station in La Tierra as the Agua Fria station also? So are we talking about the Agua Fria station on Calle del Oro Grant Road and then as Agua Fria Fire Station number 1, La Tierra?
They're the exact same dollar numbers. That's impossible. That would never happen.
Oh.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we really just wanted to, in making the request for legislative funding, provide some flexibility to continue to evaluate the needs of that district based upon the funding that is available. And so that was the effort, was to just, again, provide that type of flexibility.
Madam Chair, so then we'll remove item number 29. Is that what we'll do?
Yes.
Okay.
So any motions would include removal of item 29 and correcting the district for item 28. So are there any other questions from commissioners?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
I closed public hearing. Did I not close public hearing? I thought I did. Judy. Well, I am officially closing public hearing because there's nobody present. If I did not do that officially and got distracted, I apologize. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 41. Can you explain to me what that is?
Commissioner Garcia, Madam Chair, could you please repeat your question?
Item number 21, can you explain to me what that's about?
La Cienega Transportation Safety Plan is what's listed.
Anybody in staff know what Project 21 is? See, the Transportation Safety Plan?
And if this is a capital improvement, well, yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, the Transportation Safety Plan, I believe, came, the La Cienega Transportation Plan came as a result of some discussions from the community. That project was reviewed by the Capital Planning Committee. The scope of that project, do you have the scope?
Well, Director Huron's right behind you, so he might.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, what number was that?
21.
21. 22 on ours. I have a different version of it. La Cienega Transportation Safety Plan. Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that was a request that you made for us to examine accessibility of the roads in La Cienega to be able to deal with bicycle traffic, pedestrian traffic, the possibility of roundabouts, and this was the beginning of that process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Giron. What's the process to increase the amount of that? Because 50,000 doesn't seem we're going to be able to get a plan or design, and then we'll go back next year or following year for construction.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, this really was for us to commission the process to begin the planning of deciding the scope of work. And then in subsequent years, there would be additional asks. So we think this is enough for us to get started with the project.
Madam Chair, Mr. Giron, what do you mean by get started? What does that actually entail?
It's to start the planning process to figure out what it would entail to make any of the changes to that infrastructure in that part of the county.
Madam Chair, Mr. Giron, is that actually hiring a consultant to actually have public meetings with the area residents?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is the intention, is that they would be facilitated meetings with the community to begin that dialogue about making changes to.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Giron, what is what's the description of it? Is it to plan, design, construct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it was for us to develop a plan forward so that we could then decide what are the necessary resources that the county would identify to move forward with, for example, a PER or some other instrument for us to be able to begin to think about design and construction. Because as you understand, there's some very difficult and nettlesome issues in that part of the community. And so there's not a lot of right-of-way. So it bears the discussion about that.
Madam Chair, so can you read me what the description says on the, is it to plan, design, and construct?
No, it's just a plan.
Well, we need to add to plan, design, and construct because they don't issue money for just plans. If we go get money from the state legislature.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, your point's well taken. So it might be plan and design.
And construct.
Well, there won't be enough money for construction. I think that would be a stretch. But for plan and design, I think we could probably change the language.
Okay, we can talk a little bit about that before we get submitted. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Giron.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Or what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve. I'm looking for my agenda. I apologize.
No worries.
A resolution adopting projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County's infrastructure capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2024, removing item 21 or 29, which is the Agua Fria Fire Station, and changing the district number of 28, Thornton Ranch Open Space, to District 3.
Excellent. Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second for discussion.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions for the elected officials, whether it's the sheriff. Do we need additional funding for the public safety complex, for the RECC or the county clerk? Do we have any? I know the county clerk was instrumental in getting some money from the state legislature, so I don't know if, do you have any requests or do you have?
Well, I was told by PJ that because everything is so expensive, our warehouse money may not go as far as we were hoping. So,
But there's actually a process by which these projects are all reviewed, and and I know PJ's approaching the bench, as it were.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, both projects are fully funded.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, PJ.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry meant to get your attention beforehand.
I'm sorry.
Did the motion include the change in the language from plan to plan and design?
Yes.
Construct.
No.
I don't think it did,
It
but
has to be in there in order to get money from the state
Well,
legislature.
The discussion when this plan was actually developed was that there wasn't enough knowledge to be able to put enough in there to understand what the construction would be for. So the planning was required. There were so many obstacles and questions that the planning was required before you could describe a construction project. That was the problem.
Been doing this for 10 years, I understand.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think what Commissioner Garcia is saying is that the legislature likes to see those words. We know we're only going to do planning, but they like to see the 3 words. I mean, would it hurt to put the 3 words in? I don't know.
Yes, it would.
I believe that.
How would it hurt 3 words, Madam Chair, to put 3 words, 4 words, or 5 words? That's what the state legislature wants to see. Funding for just planning and design is hard to get through there.
What I understood the discussion to be, and it's a question for the board whether to make the change, was I think where we landed as between Director Harron and Commissioner Garcia was plan and design, not construct, because we wouldn't have enough money to do any construction. But with those magic words, it might be more likely to be funded. But again, it's up to the board whether you want to make that change. I just didn't want to move on since you won't see it again.
I mean, one question I have is, we could make the wording change to plan and design, but if we add the word construct, it's laughable to put that in as a $50,000 request. So that also is, anybody at the legislature. So we either have to go, and it's a process, and the process is, which is why all the commissioners work with Public Works and the groups developing these projects before this is the second public hearing. So we have a little bit of a conundrum here, because if we add the word construct, are we going to change the pricing on the fly, like pulling a number out of the air?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
I believe that the agreement was not to add the word construct, but just plan and design, and that Commissioner Garcia agreed to that. And I will amend my motion to include plan and design.
Madam Chair, so we hired a consultant for, let's say, $15,000. We needed some guardrail. And if we did get $50,000, we have roughly $35,000 to go spend on a guardrail that's well needed. And then we could still continue to add this as we go through our consultant and our current meetings. That's where I'm going with this. As the Commissioner Hughes said, that's what the state legislature likes to see, is that word in there so that way they could fund it for whatever funding we have enough for if we receive funding for it.
Yeah, well, it's up to all the other commissioners, but that's what I was expressing my opinion, not as chair, but as one commissioner, is that these projects go in through a process where the project is actually described in a form, and the description of the description corresponds at some level, like preliminary engineering level, to the dollar amount. So I don't know if Director Harron, or somebody want to speak to, if we put in the word construct, I think there is a big disconnect, and there wasn't, unfortunately, there was an agreement to just put design, and that was Director Harron's recommendation, but Commissioner Garcia is arguing for all three words, and my opinion is that there's a disconnect with the price, and there's no process for having put in the evaluation, given the time to Public Works to evaluate the project and rescore it. And this is the second public hearing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, why don't we change it to preliminary engineering design or report? Preliminary engineering report, and that gives us the latitude to move ahead with that. So that would be designed in an attempt to develop a preliminary engineering report?
Well, it's a conundrum because if you can't do some sort of design, you can't. It was a project that they couldn't, Public Works said they couldn't actually figure out what could be constructed there. That's part of the process is to avoid getting into situations where we're asking for projects that actually are so poorly described. I mean, we've spent the last 5 years developing this process with a lot of effort on Public Works to avoid exactly what's happened in the past, where we get money to do a project that's totally not feasible, and it gets changed and it never gets done, because we don't know what we're talking about. We were trying to get away from that.
I'm trying to know what I'm talking about. So we'll leave it as is if that's what the wishes are of the commission. But there's a lot of these projects in there I can tell you that are not adequately worded. So been there, done that. So just to let you know. But take the vote.
I mean, I do understand what you're saying, but this one is like pretty clear to me that it was an issue that you were asking for things that made sense in concept, but that Public Works had significant issues with. Would your motion include doing the preliminary engineering design wording? Change to that?
We would change to La Cienega P preliminary
PER.
PER. Sure.
Would your second go with that?
He was the second.
Who was the second?
I'm fine with it. Let's just move on. Getting it that hard. These guys don't just understand how it works. I'm fine with that.
So your second, you did second it, did you not, sir? Okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
What's the wording change just to PER?
Yeah.
Transportation safety plan, safety PER.
Okay.
Can you please put public engineering PER, BMW?
Preliminary engineering report for transportation safety.
Yes.
So that's the wording for clarification, and now I can call for a vote. Is that good? No further discussion?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Commissioner
No.
Roybal? Oh, no, ma'am. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you, and thank you, Max, for and all of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, the resolution number is 2022-062.
062. Excellent. That takes us to 12C, which is potential projects to be funded with proceeds of general obligation bonds if authorized by voters in 2022 general election, and the resolution, the New Mexico general obligation bond election resolution. that was somehow redundant, but I think I was leaving out some words. My apologies, and Finance Division Director Herrera.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the resolution, well, the packet before you is requesting approval of the projects that were presented to the board back on June 14th. The projects are proposed general obligation, the projects were part of the proposed general obligation bond questions that were presented, which included open space, trails and parks, county roads, and water wastewater projects. Within the proposed bond questions, we included projects for the board's consideration. The list of projects that were provided are current county projects with funding shortfalls where no other funding sources are available for project completion. We would propose the following 3 questions for the board to approve to put on the ballot for the voters in the fall, and then we are requesting that the board approve those questions through the resolution. The bond questions are: shall the county issue $5 million in general obligation bonds payable for the to acquire, design, construct, improve, equip, and restore open space trails and parks within the county? Shall the county issue $13 million in general obligation bonds payable to acquire, construct, design, equip, and improve roads within the county? And finally, shall the county issue $7 million in general obligation bonds payable to acquire real property and necessary water rights for and to construct, design, equip, rehabilitate, and improve water and wastewater projects within the county? In addition, we would request the clerk certify each of the foregoing ballot questions to the Secretary of State not less than 67 days prior to November 8th, 2022. And I will tell you that it took us a long time to find 67 fingers to count backwards. I'm kidding. And with that, Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Well, we can all contribute some fingers here. So before I open the public hearing, are there Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes?
I'm looking at the resolution that's in my packet. It says resolution, it has the chair's signature. And then it lists to me the correct order of the bond questions, which is $13 million for general obligation bonds, for design, equip, and improve roads. Shall the county up to $7,000 in general B, and a real property, water rights, etc. And then C, shall Santa Fe County issue up to $5,000. And then it still has Commissioner Roybal as chair, so maybe all of those things need to be updated. I mean, the order of the bonds I'm good with, but it also has...
I never looked that far down. I stopped it with the question stopped.
Okay, so I'm just making some corrections there.
Very good catch.
So I think this is the correct order to put the questions in that is in the resolution right now, 13, 7, and 5. And then that's, I'm trying to think if there was another item.
I mean, even the dates are corrected. It's just the
Well,
chair's
so
name.
the resolution, the memo doesn't match the resolution, and I think the resolution is correct in that order. So I'm just making clear about my order.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner.
Chair. The resolution is what would control.
Okay, and then just making sure it's signed by Commissioner Hamilton. And I know you need to go to public hearing, so I was just going to make that clear.
Thank you. I hadn't noticed that. Are there, before I go to public hearing, are there any other questions? Commissioner, I knew that. I'm sorry. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is $25 million our bonding capacity for this cycle, and have we determined that?
So recall, this is the second, we did it in two-year
Right.
chunks.
Right. Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that's correct. So back before back in 2020, I believe, we were going to go, we had presented, we were going to present to the board bond questions for the fall, but just as COVID hit, and so as a county, we took a conscious, we made a conscious decision to half that, so that, and instead of going over a 4-year period, we decided to do 2, so half of our bonding capacity over 2 years, or every 2 years. And we can come back to the board later on and decide to go back to a 4-year timeframe or continue with our 2 years.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hanson, explain to me what you were talking about.
If I could,
Good night.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair,
I'm gonna let
Commissioner, is that there's just a question about the order of the actual questions and what should go first. And ultimately, staff recommended, and I think Commissioner Hanson agreed, that the order of the questions should be roads, water and wastewater, and open space. And so that was updated in the resolution. The memo was not updated similarly because it seemed immaterial, because it would be what's in the resolution. So I think if you look at the memo on board docs and you compare it to the resolution, the questions aren't exactly, they're not in the same order. So that's what we're talking about. But, relative to the issue before the board, it's really what's in the resolution and those questions. I hope that answers the question.
Madam Chair, Manager Schaefer, in regards to, so we're going to issue roughly $25 million all at once, right, through bond council? But the priorities are going to go through roads, then they'll go through wastewater project, and then they'll go through open space and trails. But we're going to issue the full $25 million.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And the other correction was the signature line's incorrect.
And that had been corrected in the brown paper copy, as I understand it, that the clerk has the correct chair designated. So sorry for that oversight in the packet version.
It's just as long as it's correct so we can do the signatures. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open, such as it is, public comment on this. Daniel, has anybody joined on WebEx who might want to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, I do not see any new participants in WebEx.
I missed some of the words. There's nobody on WebEx?
Correct, Madam Chair. There are no new participants that have joined WebEx.
Okay, so just to cover all bases, is there anybody on WebEx or here from the public that wishes to speak to this matter? Hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. So is there any further discussion, or what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first read this, I noticed that the affordable housing project was missing off of the list, and I was quite concerned about that. But thankfully, staff and Manager Schaefer were able to locate other funding for the infrastructure for the affordable housing project. So I think this is a good list for us to go ahead with. I did want to say that I think every year when we look at the bonds, we should be asking ourselves whether one of our affordable housing projects needs some money through the bonding, because other communities do fund affordable housing through their general obligation bonds. And so it's something we should just consider in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Was that a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't. Huh? Okay. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very much, Yvonne, for bringing this forward, and thank you, everybody. Those are all the public hearings. I can don't see anything on my
of
screen
these.
anymore. That takes us to concluding business. Are there any announcements?
Do we get a resolution number, Madam Chair?
Oh, thank you. I thought I would, no, there's,
Yes.
yes, there, I do need a resolution number. Thank you for catching that.
Resolution number is 2022-063.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So that takes us to concluding business. Are there any announcements? Yes.
I'd like to make one announcement. I'm sorry I didn't make it earlier. The Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area has opened their grant cycle. Grants are up to $10,000. The mission of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area is to help sustain the community's language, culture, traditions, heritage, and environment of northern New Mexico communities, tribal and local government, land grant associations, nonprofit organizations, youth programs, historical and archaeological societies, and preservation groups are encouraged to apply for grant funding up to $10,000 that supports the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area's mission and goals. You can find this information at riograndenha.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. So are there any other announcements, Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask staff if they could add to our next, or actually our September 13th agenda for our BCC meeting, an update from Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board, a presentation from them. And also I'd like to ask that we start scheduling them on a consecutive basis to come in on our first meeting in September and March to give us updates on what they're working on that board.
Thank you. Are there any other announcements? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
No.
Can I have a second? Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned, and I want to thank everybody for all their participation and inputs.